I'm calling to order the Audit Committee, and we'll call the roll and welcome our two President Liaison, Presidents Downs and Burnt. Are you here, Trustee Coles?
Yes.
Trustee Grabowska?
Here.
Trustee Hipsch? Trustee Johnson? Trustee Erlinson's here. We have total attendance. Bravo. First item of business are the minutes of March 18th. Are there any changes to the minutes? Excellent. Second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. The next item of business is a discussion of the Clifton Larson Allen contract. I'm going to turn it over to Amy Jorgensen. Oops.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. First item, we're looking for some guidance on potential of extending the Clifton Larson Allen contract. So you all, I think, are aware that Clifton Larson Allen is our external auditor, which does our financial statement audits for the system, as well as our federal programs, generally financial aid. Their current contract was executed on April 20th, 2023, and remains in effect until June 30th of 2026. So we're seeking guidance from the Audit Committee as required by Board Policy 1A.2, Part 5, Subpart E, to extend this contract until June 30th of 2029. And I know that seems a little bit early, but if we were not to extend the contract, we would probably have to start getting going on an RFP as early as this summer. So we wanted to bring this to the attention of the board now. So want to know if there's any questions, concerns, any comments about that?
Trustee Johnson.
I assume you have researched whether it's cheaper, more effective to insource versus outsource.
Insource, Trustee Johnson, Chair Ellenson. So insource meaning use our own internal staff to do this audit. I would say yes and no. I mean, we do not have the skills and the resources to do the insourcing for the financial statement audits. So the history of this is the Legislative Auditor's Office actually used to do quite a bit of our work, but we have actually outsourced financial statement audit work for better part of 15 to 20 years. And I also want to say that we've gone out for RFP on this a number of times since we started working with CLA, and generally CLA will come in minimum of $100,000 and sometimes $200,000 cheaper than competitors. And so I would say our option is to outsource. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Chair Sol.
Thank you. I know that we are having discussions about reductions to the system office budget, and everybody has to contribute something. Does extending this contract impair our ability to potentially cut back on services to save funds to keep an employee or something like that? Or is it just strictly for services rendered? We can cut back on the services that are requested.
Try to answer that question the best I can. So I don't believe it impairs our ability. We contract with CLA for our statutorily required financial statement work and our single audit work, our federal work. And so those are the services that they render. We're not necessarily asking for anything additional. And so I don't believe that extending impairs our ability, and I don't think it's going to be detrimental to how we move forward in terms of budget cuts. I don't know, Vice Chair Matthew, if you have anything else to add.
Chair Erlinson, Chair Sol, I believe by doing the extension, we're locking into certainty on price, and as Chief Audit Officer Jorgensen mentioned, CLA's price was quite a bit less than others when we went through an RFP process. I also would say that us having an external auditor to audit our financial statements is a must-do. And so we have to figure out how to fund that regardless moving forward, because it's one of those, like Amy mentioned, statutory compliant natures that the system must do.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions.
All right, so what we will do then is move forward in conversation with CLA about the extension price, things like that. And then what I believe we'll do is bring the official ask forward at the June FinFac meeting for approval. So we'll do the next steps.
Sounds good. Thank you. Oh, sorry, trustee Hitch.
Very supportive of moving forward with this as is. I would request that at the end of this term, which will be a total of 6-year term, that we do go to RFP, because I think it is important that every number of years we do that kind of fiduciary duty. I'm perfectly fine extending this for the additional 3, but after that, I would hope we would go to an RFP.
Thank you, trustee Hitch. And that is the intent. The RFP only allows for 1 3-year extension. So we would have to do that then in 2029.
Sounds good. All right. Are we ready to move on to the audit committee charter review? All right. Excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. Periodically, I will come in front of the audit committee to talk about the audit committee charter. So the last time we approved an audit committee charter was April 20th of 2022. So it's been a little over 3 years now. So the changes are fairly minor. They were redlined in your packet. One item that we added had to do with approving the annual internal audit budget in a sufficient amount to complete the risk-based audit plan that was absent prior. And then just I eliminated some duplicate language, added the duty of periodically reviewing and improving the internal audit charter, and then changing a should to a must, where committee members must obtain annual training on their roles and oversight responsibilities. And that's to align the charter with board policy 1A2 part 5 subpart E. So pretty minor changes, just technical types of changes. So I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. So I will call for a motion to approve. Excellent. And everyone's here, so we can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving along. We do, trust me, we have a lot of time, but that's for a reason. The internal audit charter review and approval.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. So similarly, the Office of Internal Auditing does have its own charter, which details more the responsibilities and authority that are outlined in policy 1D1. And so the changes to this charter have to do with aligning with our new global internal audit standards, which were put into effect earlier this year. And so it required some added language and some changing of some language. The main thing is that we aim in this charter to describe the essential conditions governing the internal audit functions, which is standards language. Also, we put in the language about in Minnesota statutes 136F.526, which require each college and university to be audited as provided by board policy. That was absent previously, and so that is our mandate. And so between that statute and then board policy 1D1, those are things that are in there. We also added a statement about how internal audit must be organizationally positioned to attain the highest level of independence, which is really important to the internal audit function. Other than that, just some minor wording changes, really nothing that substantive. And so with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Sorry. All right, all those in favor say aye. Nay. Motion carries. Great. Okay, now we're moving on to the review and approval of the fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan.
All right, top priority projects this year are, we'll be doing more work again with enterprise risk management, as we do pretty much every year. And then our next gen project risk reviews, which are a regular feature for us during the year. One other thing we're going to be doing this year is some more thorough NIST assessment and what we call penetration testing. And so the NIST assessment is our cybersecurity posture, where we're actually going to go in and do some testing of what the institutions are asserting as far as what controls they have in place for cybersecurity. And then penetration testing is where you have a good guy come in and actually try to get into our systems, either from an external perspective or an internal perspective, see how far they can get to see if there are any weaknesses. And what I'm told is that is kind of a litmus test for how well controls are working. And so that would be a really good review for us to do. And then we will also plan to finish the 1B1 audit. So if you will recall, I think back in March, we had a change to the audit plan where we added a 1B1 audit where we're looking at the investigation kind of resolution process for 1B1. So those are our top priority projects for fiscal 2026. The additional priority projects that we have on the list are a P-card or credit card audit. So we'll be taking a look at P-card activity throughout the system, and just to look for fraud, look for irregularities. It's been probably 6 or 7 years since we've done a purchase card audit. We'll also be looking at cybersecurity incident response. So there is a procedure, a board procedure that's in place for that, where we'll actually be taking a look at past incidents that have happened on campuses, colleges and universities, to look at how the incident response has happened. Is it aligned with the operating procedures, et cetera? Another project is third-party technology vendor management, where we contract with a lot of different companies to provide technology for us, and there is a standard and a process to go through to make sure that they are holding themselves accountable for the protection of our information as well as our systems. And then finally, our additional priority project, financial aid Go students. So we're going to be taking a look at maybe even trying to quantify a bit how much Go student activity we've had over the last couple of years, what processes are being put in place or planned to being put in place, and then benchmarking that against other systems to see how we're doing in that space. Go students obviously has received a lot of attention both in the media. We were actually at the legislature talking about it this year too. It is definitely a concern. I think we've all talked about it here at the board meetings before as well. So that's another project that we have. And then finally, our resource dependent projects. So if we have time and if we have the resources, we'll take a look at artificial intelligence or AI readiness, a subrecipient monitoring audit. So Minnesota State often is more the recipient of grants, but we also give grants to other organizations, and they all have varying requirements, whether they are federal grants or they're state grants or whatever they are. And so for the subrecipient monitoring audit, we'd be looking at a sample of those grants to see if if the requirements are being followed. So, and then finally, we have a physical and safety security review. Physical and safety security review. So one thing I want to note that in fiscal 26, flexibility is going to be very, very important, I think, for the audit plan with all the challenges that we have coming up for Minnesota State. And so it's not unheard of or unlikely that audit plans should and will change. And so we're going to try to keep the maximum amount of flexibility possible. We see more risk on the horizon. And then if we do delve deeper into our enterprise risk management exercise, that may uncover new areas of risk. So any questions on the fiscal 26 audit plan?
Trustee Sharon, I'm not a member of the committee, but when I'm reading through the list that you just reviewed with us, you have the proposed new projects for the fiscal year. I'm trying to understand how you came to, what criteria you utilized in order to establish this, because I'm noting that resource dependent projects includes artificial intelligence readiness, which I think is a future oriented focus that needs attention for us. And so I'm interested to know how, because that will be resource dependent, and that of course is an issue influencing us in every way. So please help me understand.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Sharon, Chair Erlinson. So the process that we normally go through to develop our audit projects list is initially we brainstorm together as a team, including my colleagues from Baker Tilly who are behind me here. Taking a look at kind of activity throughout the year, there's also a number of nationwide and actually worldwide surveys around auditing that talk about the areas of risk that are coming up for the next year. And so we come up with a fairly large list of projects. And then we have a conversation with the chancellor. We have a conversation with Audit Committee leadership. And then we also survey Chancellor's cabinet to see, exactly where the interest lies and where things fall. And so this year we did that, the first person I talked to was probably the chancellor to kind of get a priority list, and then talked with trustees Erlinson and Grabowska to kind of get an understanding of their level of interest for some of these things. And then finally we surveyed the cabinet. And so what we did, it's not science, it's maybe more of an art, but took a look at all of that feedback and all of those, all of the rankings and things like that. I also had a conversation with Trustee Hipsch. And so based on all of that, this is where we landed. The AI readiness was actually a project that was on the list for last year. And then we ended up bumping that one because the 1B1 project was considered to be a higher priority. And so the AI readiness, I think the feedback mostly that I was getting was that we're not quite in a great place to actually assess that yet from an audit perspective because it's still so new. And so we want to keep it on the list because we think it's definitely important, but probably not quite as risky or as important as some of the other projects that we have higher on the list. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Trustee Hipsch.
Just a quick question on the third-party technology vendor management one. Hopefully we'll, I'd love to see more scoping on what that one is. I would assume we do a base assessment for any software vendors we bring into the system. Would love to, as we look at from an audit perspective, what's the frequency we go back and check in with those vendors because their systems continue to change. Also interested in saying, do we do something different for the tier of application? So there's a base that we do for everyone, but those that are extremely critical, so a Workday or some really the cornerstones of what we have, we probably do it at a little bit different level. So we'd just like to understand kind of how do we look at that and keep up to date on as they change their security models.
Thank you, Trustee Hipsch. That is definitely something we will be taking a look at, and it does make sense to do the tiering. I think from our next gen readiness perspective, we've identified over 1,000 different applications. Not all of those are necessarily externally contracted, but it's a huge population. Not only do we contract with vendors at the system office, but then campuses, institutions also contract. And so I think it's a very large scope of work. And so I would agree that we would want to do kind of a phased approach and a tiered approach, like you said, and probably for those systems that really have access probably to the most sensitive data and that are, do the most of our activity, obviously that's a higher risk. So I would imagine we take a risk-based approach to all of this as we're looking at it. Thank you for that question.
Any further questions? I would just add, Trustee Sharon, on the AI topic. Readiness can be various applications in the classroom, use of it in the system. I would note there was an article in the Wall Street Journal, maybe early in May, that said it's the worst job market in 40 years for college graduates. I can attest based on my son's friends. That liberal arts types grads are finding it a problem because AI is much more rapidly replacing employees than we anticipated. Although I would point out that President Seymour, who I see hiding in the back, asked the graduates last week when I was there for commencement, if you're studying law enforcement or nursing or things like that, most of those students thankfully have jobs waiting for them. Welding, I saw an article that juniors in high school are getting offered $70,000 to leave high school and become a welder. But for those who are studying more traditional things, it's very difficult right now. So I think the AI readiness has a lot of applications, and I'm particularly worried about our students having, they've spent time and money in our classrooms, I want to make sure they have work, and I'm worried about that. Trustee Rick?
I'm not on the committee, so thank you, Chair Erlinson. Just a student perspective, I think it would be good to see what the board can do to, instead of always fighting AI, how can we get students ready to use it in the workforce, in their jobs, in their lives? Because it's not going anywhere. So what can we do to prepare our students for the ever-changing world?
100% agree. I just used it. Complex medical symptoms for a family. For Trustee Hip.
Yeah, just building on the AI one, I think there's a lot of work that's going on throughout the system that's really good, and a lot of work that we need to do to really get our hands around it. I was one that said, you know, having this as a backup project is the right one, because I wasn't sure it necessarily is an audit activity. You know, there's a lot of work we need to do on it, but an audit would be, say, compare us versus someone else and how we're doing. I'm not sure we would get actionable information out of it from that perspective. That's not to say it's not amazingly important and we need to be moving forward very quickly on it. I'm just not sure the audit is the right fit for it right now.
All right, great points and questions. Any others? Otherwise, we'll move forward. We need to vote to approve the internal audit plan for 2026. I'd entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Great. Motion carried, recognizing the need for flexibility. All right, moving on. Annual report, a highlight.
Thank you, Trustee Erlinson. We're just flying through this, so I'll probably end up ceding some time, which I don't think anybody's going to be upset about. All right, so it's that time of year where I come in front of you to talk about kind of our year in review. So our annual report. Next slide, please. So this time last year, actually in June, I came to you with our fiscal 25 audit plan. We had one amendment, and so I'm pleased to report that we've completed 92% of our fiscal 2025 audit plan. The one project that we still have in the works right now is the 1B1 project, which we, for budgetary reasons as well as for other reasons, we're kind of splitting that between the fiscal 2025 and 2026 budget. So we have begun work on the 1B1, and we plan to move forward with that and report out on that probably next fall. So I think it's been a good year overall. We've got a lot of work done with, I think, a lot of really, really good results. And so we're happy with that. Next slide, please. So just to remind everybody, the work that we have done this year, so enterprise risk management, which actually you're going to see the fruits of some of that labor tomorrow as we do our study session. Next gen project risk reviews, we did, I believe, 2, possibly 3 this last year, kind of at critical points where we were getting ready to sign off on the student statement of work, as well as some work this spring just to kind of see how that is kicking off. And then we did, we focused not only on the student piece, but also kind of some of the gaps that were still occurring as far as the stabilization of HCM and finance. And so a lot of those recommendations are still in play. And so we plan to probably come to the board sometime this summer, kind of in a smaller group to talk about how things are going with that. And we'll do regular cadence reviews as we go through the next year. We also had the payroll audit, which we released in January of this year, and Eric Davis will be coming up in a little bit to talk about some of the progress that's being made on those findings and recommendations. We also did our NIST cybersecurity scorecard advisory. So that was a huge effort this year, as I think we talked about in March, moving us from our top 5 framework to the NIST framework is a big lift. Really proud of the campuses for all the work that they accomplished there. And then we also were able to kind of simplify that, the results of that into a one-page scorecard that all the campuses have. And they've gotten detailed instructions on how they can move themselves forward in that capacity. And so the feedback that we heard there was that that work that we did really helped pinpoint, because before it was always, well, improve your controls, right? This work that we did in NIST actually breaks it down into kind of simple, maybe simple isn't the right word, but into kind of concrete steps that people can take to actually improve their cybersecurity posture. And so I heard from a number of presidents how appreciative they were of that kind of simple, kind of snapshot type of review. We're currently meeting with some of the institutions who were scored on the low end, myself and then Craig Munson from the system office. Just again, give them that advice and help them understand kind of the ways they can move forward. And so those have been really productive conversations. We also did our Workday security mock audit. So again, this being the inaugural year of Workday, took a look at the security roles and responsibilities and actually we're actually really pleased with kind of the baseline and how that moved forward, but we did have some findings and recommendations that the team is continuing to work on to strengthen our posture there within Workday. Then we did a Workday business process internal controls checkup where we took a look at many of the key business processes within Workday to understand, okay, so now we're off the ground, how are they working? Do we have any gaps there? And so Bill and his team are working to address those findings and recommendations as well. Then we also have our foundations advisory that we will be presenting in June. That work is wrapped up and we're just in the process of getting that report done. So like I said, we'll report that out in June. I think that'll be a really lively conversation to talk about that. And then we also had our IAA standards compliance review, it's kind of an internal review that we have to do to make sure that we are following audit standards. And so we had Baker Tilly take a look at our processes. So all of those were completed. It was a heavy year, lots of things going on. And so again, the one project that's in progress is our 1B1 audit. So any questions there, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, Amy, isn't so much, we've seen what's been done. And as you noted, your plate is continually full. We've seen the plan for the future. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges that you foresee given, for example, what Chair Soul put on the table with regard to financial constraints, personnel constraints, what we might be looking at, what you are definitely looking at as challenges moving forward?
Chair Erlinson, Trustee Grabowska, thank you for that question. So like everybody in the system office and in the system, we continue to try to do more with less. It's a continual challenge. I would say, as I alluded to when talking about the fiscal 26 audit plan, we don't really know what the future holds in the next couple of years as we continue to face these challenges. As we, talk about what are we going to stop doing at the system office? Does that mean that we may have to give up some things and have those things put down to campus level? What does that mean for compliance, right? And so, in conversation with my colleagues at the system office, we stand ready to, if we need to jump in a particular area where we see risk, then we'll have to shift and we'll have to do that. One thing I will talk about also a little later that we haven't really talked about yet is in addition to the advisory projects and the assurance projects, we also do a lot of investigations throughout the year. And I'll talk about this again, but we've probably received more feedback this year in terms of the timeliness of those investigations and how long it takes sometimes to do those. And again, I have one resource right now that does those investigations. Board policy requires us to do those investigations. And so if I would foresee that absent any big changes, that's going to continue to be an issue. I think we had a record number of reports this year of allegations of wrongdoing. And so that is also going to be an issue. I'm also quite concerned about so all of us in my office maintain certain credentials. So I'm a CPA. Melissa, my deputy director, is a CIA and a CPA, a certified internal auditor. My investigator is a certified fraud examiner. And as budgets get cut, I think it's really important for us to maintain those credentials and to maintain that professionalism, as well as to attend conferences and to be out there networking with other people so that we keep our ideas fresh. It's just like any other profession, like Office of General Counsel or like, anybody that has those professional credentials. I think it's a really, really important piece. And I do worry about, are we going to have enough resources to keep up our professional, I'm trying to pick the right word. We have memberships, and subscriptions and things like that, as well as going to those conferences. And so it is a concern, as we're looking forward. And as well as with our contract with Baker Tilly, which has been a static amount for the last many years, and we haven't raised the amount going to Baker Tilly for probably 7 or 8 years now. As the economy demands and inflation demands, they also raise their prices on a periodic basis. And so every year, if we don't have more resources to throw to the big utility contract, we get less services, less hours of people time. So those are some of my concerns that I have moving forward. They're not necessarily unique. I think everybody in the system office faces those same challenges, but it is concerning to me. And I think also, you know, we did do some research this year and take a look at internal audits for Minnesota State, our budget as compared to what's kind of the norm for internal audit in terms of spend per billion, things like that. And Minnesota State is under-resourced in this area when we look at our peers. And so we're, you know, kind of already under-resourced and then asking to, you know, do even less or have less. So I am concerned. I will continue to be concerned, but I will commit to you that we will continue to do the most that we can with the resources that we have and continue to be nimble and creative as we move forward.
Want to keep going? Yep.
Yeah, so what you don't show us is how many high rankings are still open and how old they are. Are some of these open findings from fiscal year 24? I mean, you've got some aging, high ranking. Okay. How will you report back to us on what those high risk findings are and how old they are? And because each, as I recall, had a due date. And so by area, how old are they and what was the due date? Well, I guess what was the due date and therefore how old are they? That would be helpful. Because to have that many open, what we don't have is context for, are they mostly low risk? You know, then because everybody is so busy, you know, you have to prioritize. So.
Chair Erlinson, Trustee Johnson, thank you for that question. So my plan is, as I think I've alluded to before, I want to do more regular updates on this. And so thank you for that feedback. I will tell you that in fiscal 2025, we did have a concerted effort to try to really talk about those really old findings. We had one finding that was over 10 years old that we were able to resolve. It was really the result of some pending legal, you know, type of action. And so this year we were able to resolve some of those very, very oldest findings. So I will tell you that without getting too much into the specific. But it's my intention starting next year to have a more thorough report on findings follow-up and actually have more report outs on findings follow-up because I think that is of interest to the board. We definitely have that data. It didn't make it into my annual report this year. But if you would like me to follow up with you more specifically, if you have immediate need to have the knowledge, I can do that. Okay. Thank you.
It's the high risk findings. If something's been open for 10 years, one would say, is it really that high risk? I mean, maybe it is, but it's the aging of the high risk issues that I think we should be aware of.
So, a finding is a finding at the end of an audit. So you're just kind of compiling which ones have been acted on or not acted on. Okay. And sometimes the findings go back a lot.
Sometimes they go back a while. Sometimes they can be repeat findings. Clifton Larson Allen, because they're here every year, sometimes they have repeat findings. So I think, you know, what Trustee Erlins and I like to talk about is the so what, right? So the numbers kind of show the what, but I think the action that gets taken on the findings and the recommendations is the so what, right? What kind of change do we actually affect in the system by doing our work? And that's how I like to measure things, and I think that's really important. And it looks different in different situations. But later on in the presentation, we'll talk a little bit more about that, kind of the so what. Right, next slide. Oh, go ahead.
Are these numbers skewed in any way by the implementation of NextGen?
Great question, Trustee Richter. So because we did have a number of audits this year that focused on NextGen, I would say there probably are a higher number because of NextGen this year. And so a lot of the findings are very recent. If you'll recall, we did a presentation in March around NextGen and then also another one in April around NextGen. So those are very, very recent, but yeah, I would say yes.
Just building on Trustee Johnson's comment, which I really like that idea of let's look at priority and how old it is. Do you have a sense for of the 84 new findings? And we closed 81. Was it mostly the new findings that we closed, or was it mostly older ones that had been on the books that we closed?
Thanks for the question, Trustee Hipsch. I would say it's a mix. Like I said, we had a concerted effort to try to really look at some of those older findings and get some of those. But we also had, if you will recall, in some of our audits, people tend to take those observations and findings and recommendations pretty seriously. And if they can close some of those before we issue our audit, they will do that. And so I would say it's a mix of both old and new. We have all the specific numbers that we can give you, what the exact mix is. But I would say it's, I think that the findings that get closed on average, I think tend to be a little bit older. It's difficult to kind of move on a dime and resolve some findings immediately, right? Because they take resources and time. So in answer to your question, I would say it's a mix.
I think it might be beneficial for the board to hear about how you assign something as high, medium, or low risk. So for example, 2 federal funds things are open, and then as just an individual, not paying your taxes on time is a high risk proposition. There's not a lot of empathy. It's not happened to me, but I can imagine. Versus, missing the airplane is bad for me, but is not going to be people showing up at my house with a warrant for something like that. So talk about, it makes me nervous. We have 2 federal funds things open because somebody might show up at our door with, so talk about how the risk, what makes something high versus medium versus low.
Thank you for the question. So in internal audit, we always have the conversation, and we do talk about that risk. And if it's going to be immediate, disastrous types of consequences versus if it's going to be low. So I'll give you an example maybe of each. So a low risk item might be that there isn't a second approval. Like we have an approval, but really there should be another approval in order to comply with whatever standards we're trying to comply with, right? That could be considered to be kind of a lower type of risk. A high risk one could be an example where we have a control that's maybe not working quite right in NextGen, in a workday area, and it's causing significant errors and it needs to get stopped right away, right? And so that would be more of a high risk thing. Again, it's a little bit of an art, we don't get the statistical pen out and, and do all the quantitative crunching and all those kinds of things. It's really more around how severe is the problem? What kinds of problems is it causing? Is it going to cause loss to Minnesota State? Those, if those factors converge, then that's more of a high risk type of thing. If it's really more dotting the I's and crossing the T's, it's like there's one approval, but maybe not two approvals, then we would probably consider that to be more of a medium or a low risk. If it's an IT type of thing, for example, so we do a lot of work in the IT space. If somebody is not implementing multi-factor authentication, for example, or if there's a control that's missing that is a known way that hackers can get in, we will classify that as a high type of finding because, again, potential loss, it's something that can be mitigated, and so those are some examples of how we would do that. I know that CLA, when they do their findings, they probably go through kind of a similar type of exercise, but we do definitely put thought to it and we try to rank them that way. And, to everybody's point on here, having a little bit more explanation about how many of these are kind of hit that sweet spot of high and old, I think is a good thing to do. So we will definitely parse out that information and give that to you. Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's talk a little bit about investigations. I don't get a chance to talk about that much up here because our investigations process is a little bit outside of board meetings, but I do want to talk about our activity in this last year. So we're charged by board policy to do employee investigations for fraudulent or other dishonest acts. Next slide, please. One thing I want to mention, which I think I've already mentioned here, but I'm so proud of it. So we actually did implement an online reporting form this year where it's easy for somebody, external, internal, whoever. This is a public-facing QR code. So we have a reporting where we can either use the QR code or just a form to have people report fraud to us. This is something we've been trying to get in place for, I'm not sure how long, but a really long time. Sad to say that we haven't received one yet, but we're anxiously awaiting our first one. we're still trying to get the word out. People still tend to be very comfortable just picking up the phone and calling us. That's how we receive the majority of ours. Or the OLA will contact us, the Legislative Auditor's Office. But we're going to get one of these days. Hopefully by the next time I get in front of you.
To that point, it's great to see that coming up. What's the process we're doing to advertise and let employees know this is there and keep it in front of them? I'm familiar with a cadence where every year I'm told at least once a year, hey, if there's something that's of concern, here's your way of how to get to that. What's our process across the system?
Great question, Trustee Hipsch. So the way that we're advertising this right now is primarily through the CHROs, the Chief Human Resource Officers. So we, thanks to the invitation from Vice Chancellor Davis, we get in front of the CHROs on a fairly regular basis and let them know. However, we just got done kind of reformatting and redoing our employee code of conduct training that will be going out this fall, and this is included the employee code of conduct training. So everybody will have a chance to see this in front of them during that training. So we have the code out there. We've got some instructions and things like that. And then we also pretty much every year during Fraud Awareness Week, which it usually runs in November, we do posters that we kind of have the campuses put up, and we put them up around the system office, and we'll have that QR code on there as well. That'll be on an annual basis. We're bracing for the surge in November. All right, next one. So I want to talk a little bit about some of our themes across investigations. I think this is an important thing. So I mentioned this last year that double employment still continues to be an issue and something that's being reported on a fairly regular basis. Double employment meaning that somebody has a full-time job with the state or with Minnesota State, and then there's an allegation that they're also working another full-time job or another part-time job or whatever it is during the same hours. So we always have to be, it's always interesting to have this conversation because people certainly can have two jobs. I mean, if somebody in paper AFSCME is working full-time during the day and then they choose to pick up a night shift somewhere and there's no conflict, totally fine. That goes, it goes all the way up to IFO, where they actually have a strict prohibition in their contract. If you are a full-time faculty at a university, you are not allowed to have another regular paying job without the president's approval or other approval. And so I would say last year, this really started to emerge last year. And a lot of the cases were people who were teleworking a fair amount for Minnesota State, but not always. And then this year we're picking it up again, and it's ranging everything from IFO. We had an MSCF. I think we had one maybe in the MAPE union. And it's always interesting to do these cases because we have a lot of information on the Minnesota State side. Sometimes we don't have as much information, on the other side, but my investigator is really good at finding out information. And so we have had a number of those over the last couple of years, and I'm assuming we may continue to see that. The other theme that I want to talk about is some issues that we've been having with foundations. And so when we have issues with foundations, it kind of puts us in a tricky spot because internal audit does not audit foundation records because they are separate 501c3 companies. However, oftentimes people who are doing the accounting work for foundations are college or university employees. So it's kind of an interesting mix. And so when we get an allegation about problems with foundation funding and the person who was the subject of the investigation is a college or university employee, we will investigate the actions of that employee. And so in this last year, we actually had, I would say we were made aware of 4 cases with foundations where there were severe problems with accounting controls, accountability, separation of duties, issuing audits, things like that. And so it's a trend that I just want to make you aware of. And my friends at Clifton Larson Allen tell me that's a trend they're seeing kind of all over. It's, oftentimes with foundation work, sometimes it's in addition to other duties, for the college or university, and sometimes those accounting controls go by the wayside. And so we are in the process of trying to clear up a couple of those right now. But it's something that you should be aware of that's of concern. Any questions on that?
It seems to me, and maybe you can help me remember, we reviewed some policies in relationship to this fairly recently in terms of defining clearly what the role of the foundations were in the separation of that from the university. Is there something within the policy that is missing, or is it simply that they're not able to follow through?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Sharon. So actually in our foundation review that we're going to be discussing in June, we actually do have some recommendations about strengthening a couple of those policies. I would say in general, though, these issues tend to be more, it's probably less about the agreement, between the colleges and the foundations or the system office and the foundations, but just simply lack of people that have the experience and the know-how to be able to do some of these accounting functions. And also, again, that separation of duties, especially in smaller foundations where there may only be 1 or 2 people that are working for the foundation, right? So I would say that we do have some recommendations around that, but it's really less around the formality and more about who's paying attention, who's actually doing these duties, and do they have the know-how and the capability of doing the accounting work for the foundation.
I have a question about foundation work. So, having I used to be a nonprofit leader and would get foundation grants that were restricted for a certain purpose. Sometimes people use the money for something else, and that happens in businesses too. Given these are independent entities, what is our liability about sort of failure to comply with the intent of the donor, I guess would be the way to talk about it. And also, is there board policy about how the institution can access and use funds? So let's say individual donors gave money under the auspices that the money was going to be used for student scholarships, but say the institution then takes that money and plugs the holes for a leaking roof or whatever, some other purpose on campus. I'm just curious about that.
Thanks for the question, Chair Erlinson. So whenever I hear the word liability, I always have to preface by I'm not a lawyer. So honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if anybody in the audience cares to take that one. And then in terms of when or if foundations use the funds for maybe something other than the intended purpose, it really starts getting into somewhat of a gray area because again, internal audit is, we're not really authorized to, oh good, I've got to phone a friend. It gets a little murky for us because we do not audit necessarily the activity of the foundations. However, if let's say that there's an employee of the college or university who intentionally misuses the funds or something like that, then we can at least get into kind of the personnel piece of it. But I'm going to let my phone a friend here have his say.
Thank you. Chair Erlinson. So the foundations are separate legal entities, and so they're going to be responsible for their own acts or admissions. I will say that the way that the board policy and the contract work is that I would say the deal is sort of, we let them, we want them to support us. We let them use our name, but in exchange for that, the consideration is that they have to operate lawfully and with best practices. So they have to be nonprofit incorporated appropriately with the state of Minnesota. They have to file their paperwork with the Attorney General's office. They have to share that with us. They have to get approved from the federal government to be a 501c3. And then we, depending on the size of the foundations, we get access to their audits. They're required to have an audit, and then we get access to that. So I would say that's sort of the deal and the mechanism around making sure that they're acting appropriately. And if they don't, then obviously we can disassociate ourselves from them.
Thank you. And that was my concern, was the brand impact on the institution. And having served on the foundation board in our system, those board members, I assume, know their duty. What gets murky is the president of the institution is often sometimes executive director of the foundation has other duties at the campus. And so, we go around and we hear people say, oh, I'm on the board of X college or university. They're not on the board, they're on the foundation board. And so, it's not typical that there's same thing with our student associations, right? They're independent nonprofit organizations. We give them money from for student fees, but they're not us. And so I just wanted to know what kind of liability, legal, but also brand, but it's not. Good point. If they're really misbehaving, we just say, can't carry the name anymore, I guess. Right? Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next slide. So let's talk a little bit more about investigations. So this year we actually had 34 new allegations, which I think was pretty much maybe the highest that we've ever had. We completed 20 of those investigations, 15 of which were from this year and 5 from previous years. We had 11 investigations that confirmed the allegations. We had 5 that we didn't pursue. And then we have 8 pending investigations right now. And we also have 6 that are kind of out at the campus level. There are certain allegations, either they don't, they're fairly minor, or they're more kind of employee performance type of issues that we would not investigate. So we've been trying to be a little more strategic around which ones we're going to take on as investigations and internal audit, and which ones we're going to let the campus handle after consulting with us. Next slide. So I want to talk about this. This is a new slide this year. Talk kind of about the so what with these investigations. So this is fiscal 24 and 25 investigations combined. And so what we found, we kind of did some follow-up on the investigations that we completed. For those, we noted 18 employment actions for discipline. So meaning either the employee was terminated or resigned or retired, or there was some type of discipline or restitution that was paid. And so these investigations do have real consequences. And I would say that in the vast majority of cases, if not all the cases, there is something that happens, as a result of our findings and our recommendations. And so I want to make sure that we point that out, because there's a lot that happens as a result of these investigations. The other thing that we always try to do is when we're at a campus, a lot of times if something happens, yes, the employee was the one who did it, but there are also maybe lack of internal controls that allowed it to happen. So when we look at our fraud triangle, the one thing that the employer has control over is that opportunity. And if there are weak internal controls, if there are weak approvals, things like that, we will always point those out in our investigations and make those recommendations to campuses to improve those processes so that it doesn't happen again. And this is part of where our audit findings come from. And so we track those findings in our audit finding database also to make sure that they're making those needed improvements. Again, we've seen everything from one person being in charge of the whole process with no oversight whatsoever, which, and then that leads to these problems, right? And so there is some responsibility on the part of the system office or the institutions to make sure they've got adequate internal controls in place to make sure fraud doesn't happen.
Amy, are the, when you find sort of not the misbehavior of but the failure of internal control or oversight, are there best practices shared across institutions? And when someone starts new in a position, are they aware, particularly if they don't have the kind of training that you and your team have, so they understand that it's not okay for one person to be in charge of everything? What does that look like? And I realize this is maybe our presidents or someone else should pipe up, but
I'd be happy for the presidents to pipe up. I'm going to just make sure I don't overspeak here, but prior to Workday, we actually had documented internal controls for every campus for all the major business cycles that they were updating every year. I believe, and Vice Chancellor Mackey, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that we're going to continue that practice with Workday. Obviously, things have changed fairly dramatically because of those controls in Workday, but that is one piece that we always try to do, is to make sure that those key internal controls are documented. In fact, that turned out to be very beneficial for us when the OLA, the Legislative Auditor's Office, came in. They wanted to see our payroll internal controls, and we were able to provide those in pretty short order, which I think they were impressed with. As far as how those things get communicated out to campuses, myself and my staff do attend the CFO conferences when asked, and sometimes we do talk about that separation of duties piece and the key internal controls piece. I'm not saying that it's perfect. I think maybe we could do a better job with that, but again, it's such a wide-ranging, there's so many different business processes, it's hard to hit them all. But I would be interested to hear if the presidents have any knowledge about how internal controls are communicated out at their campuses.
Chair Erlinson, I think what we do as part of our annual review, we go through our required trainings. Our managers review those processes. I think where our challenge is when the directors and managers of some of those areas turn over, to ensure that at the VP level, they're double checking with the director to make sure that they have those controls documented. So I think that's something that we would acknowledge as an opportunity to continue to improve. But I think that's something that we do have the documentation, particularly as we were converting over to Workday. We had opportunities to go through some of those same areas and ensure the documentation was in order and followed good practices. But we try to build that into our annual process. Otherwise, it does, you can lose sight of it.
I would agree, Chair Erlinson. When you look at each area of the university, there's different internal control procedures depending on what area you're in. So in financial aid, there's the director, and then there's assistant directors and staff people. So as they go through and confirm the financial aid, you want to make sure you're adhering to the state policies, federal guidelines, and then there's a vice president of enrollment management that reviews all those things with the director of financial aid. So there's checks and balances to make sure that you're expending the money appropriately, and then you have to submit reports externally that then confirm whether you're within reasonable levels of accuracy. And we have really good reports every year that we're in full compliance, but it takes a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see.
they've complained about the going back to work under the governor's requirement or whatever. And as a parent now, college students, but people are like, well, I'll have to get childcare. You're sort of like, well, how do you do your job and care? It's hard enough to have a dog, honestly, and try to work. So anyone, they're all laughing if they have a dog. Pay attention to me, permanent toddler. So that's different than double employment. Like if someone's working remotely, I assume, and we have, you know, most of our employees are parts of a union. And so when people are hired as a member of a union, not in management, they're then, again, it's strictly common sense. You don't like pretend to work this job and do this other job at the same time. What is kind of training goes on there? And how do we hold people accountable for performance, whatever their role is? I mean, obviously, if they're cleaning a campus, they're either there or not. Those folks are always accountable, right? They had to show up during the pandemic. I'm curious about that.
So Chair Erlinson, I might call on my colleague, Vice Chancellor Davis, to help me out with this one. I do know that in our telework agreements, if somebody is teleworking, that there is an express statement in there about when you're working for Minnesota State, you know, during these hours, you're expected to be working for Minnesota State. Obviously, we have a whole performance management, you know, type of process that we have for all employees, but maybe you can speak to that, Eric.
Thank you, Amy. Chair Erlinson. It'll differ, you know, across our system, depending on, as you point out in the telework agreement, it'll specify how the employee is supposed to communicate their progress on particular projects, what they're being monitored for. In the HR Service Center, where the entire operation is virtual, the two managers are outstanding at maintaining progress against particular targets, the number of processing or transactions they need to do in the system. And it's quite easy for management to monitor that work. There are other examples where it would be harder. The double employment issue, and I think my colleague would agree, is consequential but rare, extraordinarily rare, and usually could be mitigated by just attentive management.
Just a couple questions. One is when in these investigations that you're talking about, are they primarily questions that come to you about financial issues, or are they related to other policies about behavioral problems within our employees? That's question number one. Question, just general comment number two, we can talk about later. Maybe I've been involved in boards of professional responsibility, and on the lawyers board of professional responsibility, for example, they have citizen members that participate along with lawyers, and the complaints are directed to that board for lack of follow through with professional responsibility. And why I'm mentioning this is because it seems to me, I wish George were here, that it's funded by the lawyers themselves, that they have their own vested interest in maintaining the integrity of their reputation as professionals. And I just wonder if there isn't something that we could look at, like maybe it already exists, but maybe we could look at a concept like that, because they do the investigation and hold each other accountable, and they pay for it. And I don't know how much of your resources are used in order to carry out this function, but it might be a place to look at how we might approach something here differently. I guess the first question is the one you can answer. The second is a comment.
Thank
you. Chair Erlinson, trustees, Trustee Sharon. One area where we do, I think what you're talking about is with our IRBs, the research boards on our campuses, where faculty review the work of other faculty and ensure that it's of proper integrity for the profession. And you may be aware, I think we do this extremely well on our campuses, but if you've been reading the Star Tribune, you're probably aware of some integrity issues around research at a colleague, a sibling institution in another system. So that would be one example of a way our own professionals hold themselves accountable. Another would be the whole process around institutional accreditation, the Higher Learning Commission. That's another group of folks within the profession holding each other accountable reputationally to the highest standards. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. So listening to Tim, I was struck by the different levels, of course, that exist at a larger institution, but we have some smaller institutions. And I'm wondering if we have any examples. I mean, Mike gave one with regard to his institution about internal controls, because we do get smaller and don't have necessarily all those different levels that you might see at Moorhead. Do we have other examples of how that information is passed or the oversight that exists where they don't have the same personnel levels that would help to ensure that integrity?
Okay, I'm gonna answer Trustee Sharon's question first, which was, are most of the cases that we see primarily financial in nature? So not necessarily. I mean, a lot of the cases that we see are actually more kind of conflict of interest types of cases, which maybe have financial ramifications. I'm trying to think of a good example here.
It's okay. I understand what you mean.
So not always financial. When you look at the policy 1C2, it covers a wide range of types of things. Now, if it's strictly an employee behavior type of issue, that's something that we generally have HR. You know, if they're being disrespectful, if it's disrespectful workplace type of thing, HR will do those kinds of things. But our cases definitely vary, and they're not always financial. Trustee Grabowska, for your question, one thing I will say is that I do think that Workday is a good playing field leveler. Let's say that. So there's a lot of internal controls that are built in to Workday, as far as forced approvals and those kinds of things. And so I do think once we kind of get through our stabilization period, I think that's going to be helpful for campuses that maybe have more limited resources to be able to carry out some of those duties. Other than that, though, I mean, I would agree with you that if you have more eyes on a process, as long as it's not too inefficient, I mean, that's better. But we have the realities of smaller campuses that just don't have that many people, right? And so then really what we need to do is find ways for campuses to try to mitigate, as best they can with that limited staff. I mean, it's a balancing act for sure. We can't be hiring people just so they can review a report, right? I mean, we have to figure out those fiscal realities. So, okay, we should probably keep moving. Okay, all right, one last slide here. Just really quick, we also, internal audit standards require us to get feedback on all of the work that we do. And so we do send out surveys at the end of every project and investigation. And I'm really pleased to say that we got really high marks. This is fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 combined. But when we asked the question, overall, the project added value and provided meaningful results. We got 11 responses with 100% strongly agree. And then with our investigations, overall, we were satisfied with internal audit's assistance for the investigation. We also got 100% on that. As I mentioned earlier, the most common complaint we get is timeliness and trying to get to these investigations timely. It's a challenge for us. Okay. So I'd like to do just a little bit of project follow-up. I guess I'm not going to be ceding any time back with the last 18 minutes that we have. So first I'm going to have, I'll have everybody actually come up, but we'll have Eric Davis talk about a follow-up for the payroll audit. And then I'm going to have Shannon Bryant talk about some follow-up from our customized contract training advisory that we did in January 2024. And then Ali Pickens-Okuku, and then we've got one person on the phone. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Eric.
All right, thank you, Amy, Chair Erlinson. Since the internal audit, payroll audit completion last fall, continuous improvement actions have been taken across the board to improve efficiency in Workday's HCM business processes. Existing resources for employees and campus HR staff have been improved. New job aids resources have been added. Corrections have been made to integration 103B. I know that's just jargon, but it's really important to us. It takes the data from our faculty workload management system, which is internal, and exchanges that transfer salary and position data with Workday. That process has been improved. The process for returning adjunct and temporary part-time faculty, which was a serious issue for us in the fall, has been modified, and the HR Service Center's ability to adjust employee records has been restored. The efforts have resulted in improved processing times for the Service Center, as a larger percentage of work received by the Service Center is more accurate and can be processed without additional communication or manual correction. We are still working on improvements to integration 93. This is also a critical integration for us. It exchanges information between Workday and the state's semaphore system. But that has been prioritized by the Workday Project Management Office and my colleagues on the cabinet, and it is something we monitor on our quote-unquote top 5 list. So it's something we're monitoring very closely. In terms of findings that are closed or close to being closed, I guess I haven't really technically closed them yet, but one of the findings was the absence of a faculty pay details report. There is now in production a faculty pay details report. We have launched it in what we might call a soft way because commencements are happening and faculty are coming off of contract, and it's not the right time to launch this in a big productive way. But we are inviting feedback from faculty to interact with the pay details report. We've already met with union leadership and got some very helpful feedback about first impressions of the report, and we've made some adjustments. And so that will soon close, but the actual official launch will happen in the fall. So those are the main updates I have. I'll stand if you have any questions.
Congratulations on your progress. You said you modified the process for the fall faculty sign up, lack of a better term. Can you describe what kind of modifications you did to the process and what kind of potential risk you have there? Will we hear from our partners in the union about the chaos of fall? And second, what's your ongoing quality rate now that you've made these changes?
Chair Odin, Trustee Johnson, great questions. Let me start with the changes in process. The most important or significant change when we exchange information with the state system, the semaphore system, it severs the employment of faculty who are off contract. So temporary part-time faculty don't have continuing appointments like the unlimited faculty. And so their employment status with the state is severed on a particular date. When we went into Workday, we had to rehire all of those adjunct faculty. That business process did not work well. That was not a very efficient process. In Workday now, going into this summer, we will not sever the employment of the faculty, so we can be recalled quickly by comparison, and that's going to be the most significant difference. There will still be new faculty members that have never worked for Minnesota State before, or maybe never worked for DCTC or Ember Hills before. They will have to be hired, but the great majority of TPTs who are often called back, who have worked for the college or university before, or adjuncts who worked for the university before, they're already in the system, and so it'll be fairly quick by comparison. They will still, I predict, be some issues in the fall. The biggest issue, which was also echoed in the audit, is the continuing struggles we have with assigning faculty workload and approving faculty workload in a manner that is sufficiently timely to process pay for the first paycheck in the fall. That's very challenging, particularly in our community colleges where you have open enrollment. They're making adjustments even in the first week of class. And so those kinds of adjustments just don't work well with the payroll calendar in the service center. And so I predict that we will still see delays in the fall, and you will likely hear testimony about that. I am rather confident, however, that it'll be considerably less than last fall. And then finally, to your question about accuracy of pay, our confidence level in the accuracy of pay, the last dashboard, is not showing dramatic increases in error rates. Our underpayments or overpayments are under control largely. It's a fairly stable payroll environment today. You know, when we make changes, that's what puts stresses on the system. So the real test will be in the fall, and not right now, where we're actually fairly stable and things work comparatively simply. But you know, I still hear instances of, you know, errors where people's leave accrual rates aren't right, or people are losing accrued leave when they transfer, those kinds of things that need our attention.
So to the presidents, how comfortable are you with this change in process and readiness for next fall?
Well, we're pleased because we're seeing an improvement. I think in January, our CHRO and her team, there weren't any errors in pay in January. So that took a lot of work, because as you work through a new system to debug it. So we're real pleased with that. I think one of the challenges that we'll always have is almost the immediate need to get people in the system, because if you're a dean and a faculty member, say, gets ill 3 days before the semester starts, you're replacing them maybe with somebody that is in the system or isn't. So they may not get paid for 6 weeks, but you may hire somebody on a Friday and classes start on Monday. So that's going to be a forever problem. But however we can just keep reducing that timeline, working with this payroll systems and HR, it's going to be an ongoing issue, but it's mostly one-offs. It's, you know, you're not hiring that many, but the more we can reduce it, the better, because, you know, people typically like to get compensated for their work in a timely manner. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I would just, same issues. Is just the management is a lot more dynamic than the system parameters have been set up to accommodate, and that's been an ongoing challenge. I mean, some of it is just communicating with employees when they come on, what to expect, and it's also to make sure that we're following up with the deans. I think that data gets entered in a timely manner, and so it's a human process. But yeah, I know. I think we have confidence going into the fall that things will continue to improve.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Okay, we'll move on to Shannon Bryant now. We did a contract training advisory in January of 2024, and if you will recall, there was a board motion after that one in support of contract training and its strategic importance. So I just want Shannon to have a little bit of time to talk about some of the things that have happened since January of 2024.
Thank you. Good morning. So I just wanted to follow up. It was last year at this time. I came before all of you with a few of the activities that were a result of the audit. And just as a reminder, last year at this time, I brought the vice president of the LEARN organization forward with me, Dr. Trevette Webster. And just as a reminder, for those of you who are not familiar with the LEARN, it stands for the Learning Resource Network. They are a nonprofit association that represents mostly contract training offices for community colleges across the country, as well as they work with a number of community enrichment programs across the country in establishing best practices. And they're really considered to be the gold standard. As I had mentioned, I have used them in previous states, and they really do institutionalize the best practices of this industry. And so for the past year in particular, some of the results that have taken place, I'm happy to say that we have formed a cohort of 9 colleges and 1 university. We have all become members of the LEARN organization. We are participating in monthly, weekly seminars, webinars, all attesting to professional development in this particular area, all kind of playing really towards the sustainability of the types of programs that we are offering, the level of engagement that we have with businesses, and how we are engaging with those businesses to really make certain that we are providing the businesses with the right customized training solutions that they need. And then obviously, and probably most important, especially at this point in time, is it's also looking at the financial sustainability and the revenue generation of the programs in which we are offering. So we are meeting monthly and talking together also as a group and as a cohort for these 10 institutions, kind of talking about best practices, where we might be struggling, how we can help each other. I've had a few of the colleges reach out to me. I have personally done a few internal audits of contract training websites and making suggestions as they align to the Learn organization principles. We have a couple of the colleges right now that are also inquiring about actually having an audit of their contract training office conducted, as well as that of their website and where the placement is, to find out how they can better reach out to businesses and make certain that businesses know that we are here to serve them as well. So we've made some significant progress in that, as well as we have last year, if you recall, part of that Learn presentation resulted in really a couple of things. Number one, there was a formalized definition of contract training that we defined for the system. Number two, there were 12 best practices that were prescribed for Minnesota State, and what those 12 best practices would be that each of our contract training offices would focus on. And lastly, there was also a business template that was generated to all of our contract training offices that they could brand and personalize for the needs of their particular offices. So I'm happy to say I have recently received 5 of those business plans that are really focused on target market, the programming that they're going to focus on in FY26, as well as the financial sustainability model of looking at how they're staffing their organization, how they're conducting commodity-based training versus value-based training, what their margins are going to look like. And so overall, it was just, we've made some nice progress in that area. So as the next deep dive in June, I will be coming back before you on behalf of the Outreach and Engagement Committee, and I will be bringing a few of our institutions with us who are going to be taking a deeper dive into their plans and some of the significant changes that they've seen since this has been implemented. So I stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you. And Chair Soul has kindly given us 5 more minutes into the break, so we have a little more time. Comments or questions about this? Really important work.
I look forward to your presentation in June.
Thank you, Shannon. All right, next I want to turn the mic over to Allie Pickens-Opuku, the System Director for Strategic Enrollment. You may recall, those of you who were here last year, I was looking for an additional $100,000 to do an enrollment projection tool with a vendor we had talked about. Allie happened to be in the audience that day and she heard me talking. And so we kind of formed an informal partnership, if you will, to get that accomplished. I'm going to turn it over to Allie to talk about that.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Allie Pickens-Opuku. I serve as the System Director for Strategic Enrollment Management in Academic and Student Affairs. Thank you for the time to share with you today. As Amy mentioned, I happened to be sitting in a meeting for the board last year, listening in, and Amy was sharing that she had a contractor, but not the money. And I had money from a grant from the Lumina Foundation, but we were really struggling to find a contractor. Our goals were similar, not exactly the same, but similar enough where we were able to find some really symbiotic work forward and able to work with Quant16, who was recommended to us by Baker Tilly to develop a strategic enrollment management dashboard that gives us projections out into the future of what our enrollment might be at the campus level, by student type, and by major program. It's an incredibly robust dashboard. I think as I sit in my data geek hat, I can see 75 more versions and iterations and things that we can do in the future with that to get even better predictive analytics for our campuses. We've been working on this for a number of years with our strategic enrollment management leaders at our campuses, and they were saying one of the number one things they were needing were predictive analytics to help them anticipate where their class sizes were going to be, what majors were growing or shrinking, and where could they strategically intervene to kind of curb a negative trend to make it more positive. Throughout the year, we worked not only with internal audit, but also finance division, Office of Equity and Inclusion, and IT to make this work happen. And so I cannot thank those areas enough for their support and work with us on this. We presented this initially to folks last month, and it's in beta phase. As we shared that out with the initial stakeholders, we had amazing feedback from our campus colleagues. They're excited to dive in over the summer, and we plan to bring this to you for formal presentation at the beginning of the fall semester after beta phase testing is done, with a full launch for our campuses to be able to use by fall.
Well, that's a success story.
And we'll be able to see your dashboard?
Absolutely, yes.
This seems like, given in a time of limited resources, if the system office can do this kind of predictive analysis for every campus, they don't need to individually hire their own folks, because I assume we don't have these types of folks internally in general, right?
Some of our campuses absolutely do have those resources and have developed really specific tools for their campus context. But the majority of our campuses do not. They have really limited IT resources. They have really limited IR resources as well. And so with this tool, we hope to be able to fill a significant gap. And we're hearing about that gap specifically from our community and technical colleges in Greater Minnesota, where they were seeing the greatest challenges with declining populations, therefore declining enrollment, and then not having the resources to support that work.
Enrolling students is important, but students will enroll if they see an opportunity at the end. And so does the tool know what's happening in the workplace? So campuses can say, we're offering program X. And program could be, more traditional academic or like a welding program. So then we can connect the dots, like there are jobs waiting for you when you're done, given the employment market is unstable.
Yeah, it does take into account federal workforce data as well as statewide deed data in there. And then it's looking at national trends with enrollment nationally and at our individual colleges and universities down to the campus level and down to the major level, which is always a struggle. But looking at zip codes for those programs to tie to the deed codes. Yep. Yeah, I can't wait to show it to you all in the fall into more detail.
So again, just an example of how an informal collaboration, it was, just more being a good business partner it was so much fun to really dive into this one and make that a success in a very short amount of time with not a lot of money. So it was a really good effort. Okay, thank you, Chair Soul, for a couple more minutes of indulging us. So our last speaker is Rebecca Edberg, who's the Associate Vice President for Human Resource Management at Century College. We had an opportunity to do some work on the Century campus this year, and she's going to talk a little bit about the work that we did in our investigations.
Good morning, Audit Committee, Chair Erlinson, and esteemed Board of Trustees. My name is Rebecca Edberg, and I proudly serve as the Associate Vice President for Human Resources at Century College. Today, I have the privilege of sharing my experiences working alongside Chief Audit Officer Amy Jorgensen and her exceptional team. In my role as campus conduit for inquiry and investigation under Procedure 1C01, the Employee Code of Conduct, and 1C2, addressing fraud and other dishonest acts, I have witnessed firsthand the vital role the internal audit team plays in fostering integrity and compliance on our campus. Amy asked that I come and speak about my specific interactions with the internal audit team and the impact that they've had on our ability to process investigations on campus. So let's talk about process. Investigations begin with an initial point of contact, often an email or a brief phone call through which concerns are raised by employees, supervisors, or directly from HR. What happens next is critical. Amy and her team swiftly assess the situation, determining whether deeper inquiry is warranted or whether the concern can be resolved on campus. This efficient, consultative, and structured service model provides clarity and consistency, ensuring that concerns are handled with both precision and fairness. Given the limited staffing on campus, it would be near impossible to replicate this level of engagement at the campus level. Their expertise allows us to navigate these complex situations with confidence. Next, let's talk about value. The unbiased expertise the internal audit team brings is indispensable. Without direct reporting lines to campus leadership, they create a neutral space where policies and procedures take center stage, removing ambiguity and ensuring difficult conversations remain constructive. In Minnesota, we're known for our kindness, but kindness can sometimes create vagueness and expectations. The audit team cuts through all of that, offering clarity that protects both leadership and employees, ensuring that integrity remains our guiding principle. Their professionalism is evident not only in their handling of investigations, but also in their respect for campus witnesses and evidence collection. Beyond their process management and deep expertise, I'd like to share my own journey working with the audit team. When I joined Min State nearly 3 years ago, I had no idea that we had access to such an incredible resource, one dedicated to strengthening compliance while serving as a direct support system to campus. From the moment I attended an introductory meeting with Craig, I recognized their impact. As a new leader, I had knowledge gaps regarding the Board of Trustees policy, and I leaned on their insight to guide me through my first concerning report. The welcoming support from Amy and her team hasn't waned. It remains just as valuable today as it was then. As you know, the investigatory process can be daunting and humbling. It's often met with assumptions, skepticism, pressure, and sometimes even direct resistance. But the internal audit team brings a level of professionalism, care, and structure that makes an undeniable difference, even if the liabilities are discovered. They respect our campus and union relationships, prioritize thoughtful scheduling, and provide essential pre- and post-investigation briefings, giving campus leaders the necessary context to carry out our duties, to prepare for engagements with the audit team, and to carry out any potential next steps. If I could replicate this model for other employment investigations, I absolutely would. Finally, I want to underscore the importance of this collaborative partnership. The internal audit team is not just an added unbiased resource. They are a cross-check for the realities of campus integrity. Their work allows us to focus on daily operations that keep our institutions running while ensuring compliance remains a priority. Chair Erlinson and members, thank you for your time and continued support of the internal audit team. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. The little engine that could. The team of 4 and Baker Tilly and CLA, thank you for all your good work over the past year and sharing the results. Do folks have final comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. Thank you, Rebecca, for attending remotely. Thank you to my panel here. In past years, I've always said I'm sitting up here alone. This year, I decided I didn't want to sit up here alone, so I brought some phone friends with me. So that concludes my annual report. It's been a great year. We look forward to another year of more challenges coming up in fiscal 26.
And I should note, because maybe not everyone on the board knows, but the audit function reports directly to the Board of Trustees. It's the one, there's a little bit with the general counsel as well, but this is a direct report to us. So that's why we had this extensive report today. So thank you, everybody. 10 minutes, Chair.
Coles. Trustee. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
I'm here.
Online. Very good. Trustee Johnson. Vice Chair Mo.
Present.
And the chair is here. We have another long agenda for finance for this board meeting. We are splitting it up into two different sections, today and tomorrow. Today we have a number of contracts we'll review. We also will spend some time talking about allocation model. Tomorrow, then we'll be focused on capital budget and operating budget. So with that, hopefully everyone has had a chance to take a look at the minutes. Are there any changes or additions to the minutes? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. I will go ahead and call roll call. Trustee Coles. Trustee Janicek. Trustee Jana Johnson. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Mo. And the chair votes aye. Those are approved. I would also like to acknowledge President Jans, who's with us, and I think President Brimhall was going to be remote for part of it. So I don't know if she's on yet, but we'll be on shortly. So with that, I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor Mackey for any overall updates, and then move on to the contracts.
Thank you, Chair Hips. We'll jump right into the agenda. Most of the updates will be part of the budget presentation tomorrow. We have a contract for your consideration from Lake Superior College, and to my right, I have my colleague from the Finance Division, Paul Harrington, who is our System Office Real Estate Manager, and he'll provide an overview of the request.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chair Hips, members of the committee. Lake Superior College is in front of you today to requesting an extension of an existing lease. They've had a presence at the Duluth Airport since 2015 in support of two programs, their professional pilot program and their aircraft maintenance technician program. The existing lease is expiring the end of June. They're asking for a 5-year extension of that agreement. The space is working well for them. They did make improvements during the initial term, and those will be fully amortized at the end of this term. So not looking for any additional improvements at this time or contemplating those at this time. The total value of the contract over the 15 years is just shy of $7 million. They don't expect it to go over that number. With your support, they're asking that they have a favorable vote on this. Thank you.
Are there any questions on this contract? Trustee Soul.
Does this contract pay for itself? I know in some of our aviation programs, it's said that the fees paid by the students pay the expenses. How about this one? Chair Hips, Trustee Sewell, I'm going to defer if she is available. Nicole Anderson is joining us from Lake Superior College to be able to comment on that. Fully.
Sit down and talk.
You and
about
I
it.
can
Yeah.
go through that and get that figured out.
Mr. Chairman, if I can comment with some degree of expertise on this, since my grandson just graduated and got his flight instructor's degree or certificate from Lake Superior College, and I can show you the checks if you would like to see them. So I know they generate some income.
Do we have anyone on from Lake Superior that wants to talk to that?
Yes, Lake Superior is here, but I did not hear the question because we were still connecting.
Bill, do you want to?
Nicole, the question was related to the funding source for this lease arrangement, if it comes from the students, the operating budget, or a combination of both?
It comes from the operating budget, and we have some other charges that are to the flight contractor that covers some of that as well for their space and storage. So not directly from the tuition.
But I guess the question was not directly, I assume the college pays these amounts and the students do not, but do we charge enough in fees or whatever to the students to pay for these extraordinary flight training expenses like this airport lease?
The flight fees go directly to pay for the flight services, not for the facility.
Let me follow up quick. Can you repeat that? We were having a hard time hearing that.
Sure.
In the
So
room.
the flight fees go directly for the cost for flying. Flying is very expensive, and the planes and the fuel
And
and the instructor
simulation.
simulations, things like that. They do not go for the facility itself.
Trustee Sewell, any follow-up question?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, how much does it cost to prepare these flight training students? And is this costing a lot of money? Are we making it up on tuition and fees? I mean, this contract appears to be $600,000 a year approximately. I'm doing my math right.
We are not. No, I don't think so.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, we do not make it up on tuition and fees. We do have to take this out of our operating budget.
The subsidized program.
It's a subsidized, the flight programs are subsidized, as is AMT.
Any other comment, Vice Chancellor Mackey? Chair Hips, Chair Stoll, let me maybe try to answer this a different way. So I think the program charges differential tuition, and that differential tuition or those fees cover the flight training. The lease that they have with the airport authority does not come directly out of that income stream. However, because our colleges and universities are funded both through tuition and state appropriation, there's also state appropriation driven from enrollment that goes into these programs. So the college has made a choice not to allocate this cost as part of its tuition, but covers it as part of its operating appropriation portion related to this program.
One more question. How many students per year are enrolled in this program? How many students are using the $600,000 we spend at the airport?
Hang on just 1 second.
We have Vice President Kingston here.
So we have two programs that are located at this facility. The first is the aviation maintenance, and we have two sections of that. So a maximum of 48 students in that particular side. And on the aviation side, we can bring in up to 60 students in the first semester. And we have some attrition after that. So it's usually about 40 in subsequent semesters.
Any other questions? Trustee Sharon.
Thank you. It just generally, Vice Chancellor Mackey, are those programs that have aviation and contracts like this for their students, does each campus uniquely determine how to establish these contracts with their airports? Is it different between campuses?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Sharon, there's similarities between the campuses that have the aviation programs, but how they establish the tuition rates and the fees associated with the program is determined locally and submitted. So it probably is a bit different between, for example, Rochester and Minnesota State University Mankato and Lake Superior. And the relationships with the airports are probably all slightly different too. So there's similarities, but there's also local conditions that determine tuition rates.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Just a quick question. Would I be correct to assume that there are no PSEO students in this program or these two programs that you're describing?
In the flight side, I don't believe there are any because of the age restrictions with the FAA. On the aviation maintenance side, there might be, but they could not take those until probably their junior or senior year, and I don't think that there are any in that program at the moment.
If I could just follow up to their junior or senior year in high school?
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but we might have, just due to the cost of the program, we would lose money on PSEO, and so we often block those programs from PSEO. So I believe, Nicola's pulling it up right now, but I believe that we have blocked that program from PSEO students.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was, you could see where my question was going.
Yep.
They're not paying tuition. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on this contract? Seeing none, is there a motion been moved? Is there a second? It's been moved in second. I'll go ahead and call the roll. Trustee Coles. Trustee Janusik. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jana Johnson. Vice Chair Mo. And then chair votes aye. That is approved. Moving on to our next contract, e-procurement enterprise software renewal for the system office.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. Would like to turn this over to Tim Anderson, our System Director for Procurement and Contract Management, to provide an overview of this request.
Good morning, Chair Hipsch and trustees. We are seeking approval to extend our enterprise procurement software contract with Jagger. This serves as Minnesota State central platform for our sourcing and contract management. When we transitioned our downstream procurement functions, such as requisitions, purchase order, and invoicing to Workday last year, we intentionally retained the upstream sourcing, the contract and sourcing portion of procurement in Jagger. Because of the limitations of Workday, didn't quite meet the needs that we had at the time when a decision was made whether or not to bring those functions over. Jagger continues to support our key initiatives, including expanding our supplier diversity programs, conducting sourcing events and contract management. And also, it helps us track vendor performance and promotes high quality procurement through our change management for procurement. This extension preserves a centralized model which has enabled operational consistency across all of our colleges and universities for nearly a decade now. Moving away from it now would undo years of improvements and impose a costly disruption. While Workday has since improved its sourcing capabilities, this 3-year extension gives us time to fully evaluate whether Workday can support our long-term needs or if we should explore other options through a formal RFP. Financially, the current contract expires June 30th of 2025 with a not to exceed value of $5.86 million. This request extends our contract to June of 2028, increasing the total contract value by $945,750 for a not to exceed of $6.81 million. These costs continue to be funded by assessments to our campuses, which will decrease over time as we eliminate overlapping modules now handled in Workday. We request approval for this extension to maintain the stability, compliance, and strategic continuity of this system. Recommendation is found in the board packet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the overview. And just to clarify, because we've moved some of the functionality into Workday, we've reduced some modules that we're currently paying for. Therefore, we're paying a lower rate on this on the services that we would have for the next couple of years because of that. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Questions? Trustee Johnson.
Is it something that will be taken over completely then at the end of 3 years? Yeah. Sorry. Yes, this is something we are currently assessing through our business processes to ensure that the Workday can handle it. Workday did purchase a software called Scout, which does the sourcing and contract portions of procurement, and they're integrating it into their system. They've come a long ways. We've sat through some demos now, and they're able to do a lot of functionality that they weren't able to when we assessed it a couple of years ago. So we're optimistic it can, but we're just making sure it can do what we need it to do, so we're not stuck. Yes. How optimistic?
Other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved in second. We'll go ahead and move into roll call. Trustee Coles. Trustee Jennison. Trustee Jana Johnson. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Mo. Aye. And the chair votes aye. That is approved. That concludes our contracts for today. Our next item is the proposed amendment to Board Policy 5.13, Information Technology Administration. And this is a second reading, so it will take an action.
Good morning, Trustee Hipsch, pardon me. What you have in front of you in your board packet is a second reading of Board Policy 5.13, Information Technology Administration. Just as a reminder, this is part of the 5-year review cycle. The primary changes within the policy are the proposed amendment. We've changed the wording to provide a strategic work plan instead of a strategic plan, changed the wording to allow for more flexibility for college and universities to adopt their own policy or procedure, and updated and rearranged the wording for better clarity. There was also a change made after the first reading to include the term data under areas of access and the term data integrity into the list of descriptors of how information will be handled. And so today the recommended action is that the Finance and Facilities Committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed amendment to Policy 5.13, Information Technology Administration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Trustee Johnson.
Just a comment. We in the memo, you referred to it as a strategic work plan. In the policy, it's a strategic framework. So I don't know if that's material or not, but
my apologies. I'm happy to address however the board would like to change the language if that's required.
Comments?
would we have to review it again if she changes the wording?
We didn't. No, we would not.
So what is your preference?
Change it to the work plan, because that's really what I asked for a copy of the work plan. It's really a work plan with dates and an annual work plan.
So with that adjustment to the work plan, to the word and work plan, any other questions on this policy? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved in second. We'll go ahead with a roll call vote. Trustee Coles. Trustee Janicek. Trustee Jana Johnson. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye. Vice
Chair Mo. And the chair votes aye. That is approved. Next item on the agenda is a first reading for policy 5.22, acceptable use of computers and information technology resources.
In this policy, what you have before you, and thank you so much, Chair Hipsch, is there's a summary of changes in your board packet to this particular policy. It's again part of the 5-year review cycle. There were no material changes made to this particular policy. The policy was changed to better organize and present the information. The Part 1 policy statement section was separated into 2 sections. The last sentence became Part 1, purpose, and the first part of the paragraph became the new Part 4 policy statement. The subpart A, acceptable use, and subpart B, academic freedom, were merged into Part 4 under the policy statement. We updated the writing standards and outdated language. You'll note that in your packet as well under those red lines. Under subpart B, academic freedom, and the term shall, was changed to must. Removed colleges and universities from the Minnesota state title, and we added Office of the Chancellor as part of the system in Part 3, definitions, and we've uncapitalized the term board policy. And this is a first reading.
Any questions? I'm assuming this is out for review currently. Okay. Very good. We'll see that back next month then. Our next first reading is policy 6.8, naming buildings, sites, and common areas.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. This policy hasn't been reviewed for a number of years. And as was mentioned, this is the first reading. The comment period on it closes at the end of this week. And to this point, we haven't received a large number of comments. One of them that we've received is some distinction between what's owned and operated by the foundation versus owned and operated by Minnesota State. The proposed policy and amendments include 3 primary changes. One of them is renaming the policy from naming buildings, sites, and common areas to naming buildings and major public places, and adding definitions for buildings and major public places, as well as clarifying the role of the college and university presidents for naming spaces that are not considered buildings or major public spaces. This proposed policy, and there will be an accompanying procedure, were also reviewed with foundation leads from our institutions, presented to Leadership Council, and has been run by the Minnesota Management and Budget MMB, as well as our debt advisor, PFM, with our tax exempt bonds impacting our facility projects. We need to be cognizant with that aspect of it. And that took some time to sort out. There's been a lot of questions about that I think we have clarified now and have come up with this language related to it. So this is in front of you today for a first reading for questions and comments, and we would hope to bring it back to you in June for approval.
Are there any questions? Trustee Johnson.
I'm wondering if we could have a brief discussion about this, given I'm new, and branding impact of renaming and sort of the controversy around renaming things these days. If the policy delegates that responsibility to the chancellor and the board is not involved at all. And maybe that's okay. I mean, I was just on campus for graduation, so I have no knowledge of building A or major public area B. But should that be completely delegated? Should the trustees be involved in any way in the decision making? And I open it up for discussion and opinion. I don't know how I feel about it.
Chancellor Olson, any comments you want to make as we can kick off that conversation? I would assume that if there was an issue where you were looking to rename a building, or there were controversy around that, you would be we would have discussion on it as a board. But can you speak a little bit?
I'm not. Thank you, Chair Hipsch, and thank you, Trustee Johnson, for the question. I don't know how the current policy quite came into existence, why it is like that. If it regards sort of the naming of things, there's lots of things besides buildings that get named. Rooms get named, benches get named.
So perhaps we are where we are because of the sheer volume of that and the level at which it really needs oversight. I'm not aware of any controversial naming, and we're quite careful. The Finance and Facilities Division is quite careful about making sure that we're avoiding, for lack of a better term, quid pro quo. Kind of give us a bunch of money and we'll put your name on a building, kind of things like it's purchased. But I would wonder if Vice Chancellor Mackey had any further thoughts about it, like how it came to be like this.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, I do not know the complete history. The amendment doesn't expand the Chancellor's authority from what it's been since the system was formed. It proposes to maintain that. I would say, as we're looking at the procedure for this policy, there's a couple areas that we've looked at adding. One of them is a term on the naming. So made under this policy subject to a maximum initial term of 50 years. So we were silent on that in our previous procedure. And then as well as putting explicit language related to removing and renaming so that Minnesota State reserves the right to rename any building, space, or facility if circumstances change or the current name no longer aligns with the college or university's mission, values, or strategic goals. So we are trying to look at improving this from where it was set up several years ago and with all various issues that have occurred, not so much within Minnesota State, but across the country related to naming of facilities.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. I want to just echo, I think, what the other Trustee Johnson said. I read this and was a little bit troubled by the fact that it seemed like the board was abdicating responsibility in relation to naming. I hadn't thought about the issue of volume. That there, I don't know that the board needs to be involved in naming a bench, for example. But I do see, and several others have alluded to this, real potential for controversy at some point. I'm also not entirely sure that I agree with Chancellor Olson's notion that this isn't quid pro quo, and maybe I'm just bringing a different kind of experience to this. But in my experience, buildings get named for donors. I mean, it's not exactly that they're buying the building, but it kind of is. So I don't know that we necessarily want to be opposed to that. And I can't even imagine that that isn't happening in some instances. But I am, just to finish, I am concerned about what, and maybe I didn't read it correctly, but it seemed to me that the board was really losing its oversight, abdicating responsibility for considering some of these, especially building naming opportunities and the controversies that we have seen surrounding those across the country. Thank you.
And the additional piece that I would add is I really look at it in kind of three groups. So you name something in honor of a long tenured employee or someone who's made a big impact to the institution. You can do it in recognition for a philanthropic gift from a donor. Or there's also commercial agreements that we do with some of our stadiums and that, where there is an exchange of dollars for that naming right. So then it's a little bit broader on that. Trustee Grabowska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It might be useful for the board to hear from presidents because I think generally that's the genesis of this particular process. And so I'd be interested in hearing what they do and how it gets to the chancellor before names are established.
Thank you for the question. Trustee Grabowska, I think it depends on what kind of naming is going on. So since I've been president, we are renaming one of our facilities buildings based on a donor at the request, but it was significant. At the same time, it wasn't under me, but just previously, our football stadium changed from Verizon Wireless Stadium to
Ultra Federal Credit Union Stadium based on corporate naming rights. And so that is done, and that provides significant amount of funding for the athletic program. And so those come up through the president's office. There's others that are approved locally, like we renamed a room not too long ago. And so we take care of some of those a little bit more locally. But any of the times we name buildings, they have come up and we get a letter from the chancellor requesting those name changes when they're buildings. So I don't know if that answers the question about some of the things we do go through.
In my 7 years or 8 years on the board, I don't recall any controversies, not to say that they can't happen. And I don't think we want to address every naming, renaming. But maybe we need some sort of a safety valve. You know, this policy grants authority to the chancellor, and maybe, you know, we add a paragraph that says that, you know, our board may take action to change what the president or the chancellor has done. Yeah, override the decision of a president or a chancellor.
Chancellor Olson.
Chair Hipsch, one thing for the board to consider, and this would be analogous to how we look at contracts. If the board would like to have more oversight in this area, you might consider tiers or thresholds. So there's a whole bunch of contracts that are deemed so small that they don't require board approval and they don't even require board review. So an example would be a $49,000 consulting contract or something like that. If the board requests, they can see those, but we don't bring them here. And then there's another tier of contracts that we report to the board. And if the board had a concern, they could, you know, say, wait a minute, we don't like that one, but they aren't actually subject to board review. And then above another level, it has to be approved by the board. So describing three tiers, and the same could, I think, apply to naming if that was the will of the board, that you could say, well, naming the bench, or naming the closet, we're not going to be involved in that. Naming between these kind of levels, we want to hear about it, but we don't necessarily bring it to the board for a vote. We just want to see what's been done and can act and react to it if we don't like it. And then another level is, you know, would be beyond a certain threshold. It requires board approval. That would be one way to approach it. And we do, our contracts are like that. They have those sort of three tiers.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Thank you. I was thinking along the same lines in another life. I recall that there were exactly the kinds of guidance, maybe parameters around naming, and I'm wondering how significant does a donor gift have to be in order to name a building for them. And I think it wouldn't, and maybe we do have those rules, but it wouldn't hurt to know that. I recall getting in some trouble with the University of Minnesota for allowing a stadium to be renamed without going through the lengthy process. Turned out okay in the end. It was in my first year, I didn't know the rules. But I do think that some additional guidance is needed. I'm happy that there hasn't been controversy and hope that there won't be in the future. But I don't think we want to approve a policy based on what we hope will happen. I think it would be helpful to have some of those protections that people are talking about in the policy and to give the board some opportunity to weigh in. Certainly we will be held accountable if something goes wrong.
Trustee Coles.
Thank you very much, Chair Hipsch. Two comments. I would appreciate, I do appreciate Trustee Jackie Johnson's most recent comments about sort of the criteria or the basis for naming and renaming. And I think this policy could benefit from some more clarity around criteria. I think the discussion or the inclusion of naming rights as a commercial is also in many respects a different kind of recognition that our policy ought to recognize. And finally, my suggestion is that at least on some level, we look at other similar systems for language that they have adopted for examples that might be informative, so that we don't rely entirely on a homegrown kind of assessment. But I'm sure this is not unique to Minnesota State.
Chair Stoll.
Yeah, I would just add that, you know, it's not necessarily about the amount spent or received. There might be issues involving the name, the person whose name we're putting on a building, that he or she is an anti-Semite or an anti-Native, something like that, that would be controversial that we should weigh in on. So maybe this needs to go back to committee.
So a great conversation. I think I think if the Vice Chancellor Mackey and team can take what you've heard today and see, okay, how do we kind of take another look at it? Chancellor Olson.
Chair Hips, just maybe one last comment from me. I think if you did a survey of our campuses and looked at who buildings have been named after, jump in anybody if you think I'm wrong about this, most of them are named in honor of a faculty member or a coach or a retired president. There are some that are named for donors who gave a lot to that building. They're named in honor of that donor, not kind of as the quid pro quo that I was talking about. But most of our facilities, actually the name that they bear is in recognition of a beloved retired faculty member or coach. I don't know about beloved presidents, but there are some named for presidents. Yeah, they get the dorms.
Vice Chancellor.
Chair Hips, I would make a recommendation that we bring this back in June. We include the procedure, take the feedback that we've heard today, and perhaps it's not ready to take action yet in June, but it would continue the discussion. Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson, who's not able to be with us this board cycle, has deep knowledge in this, and perhaps he called out Chancellor Johnson at the time being in trouble for the football stadium, but he has deep knowledge of this particular matter, and I think having him available to discuss this further in June and all the aspects would be very beneficial. So providing the company procedure and the feedback we received today, that's what I would advise. It should be the next steps.
That sounds great. We'll look forward to hearing more in June. But I think a great conversation today, and I think it'll lead to a richer policy that we have out.
Sorry, Chair Hips. I would add, I think because these requests get processed through the finance division, ultimately, there's probably anywhere from 2 to 5 requests that come to the chancellor every year, just ballpark.
Very good. We will go ahead and move on to our last policy reading, which is the proposed amendment to Board Policy 7.6 Business Activities, and this is also a first reading. Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hips. This is a first reading of proposed amendment, Board Policy 7.6 Business Activities. This one is also part of our catching up on policies. It's been a number of years since this has been through the process. The proposed policy amendments include the following changes: changing the name of the policy to sales of products and services. It establishes exclusions for items that are already covered under other board policies, for example, tuition and fees and real estate transaction and management. It outlines factors for determining whether or not to engage in a sales activity. Also defines requirements for accounting, unrelated business income tax, and private business use, and clarifies and aligns designations and terms with other board policies. Like the other one, we're also working on updating the procedure, which would require colleges and universities to regularly review any sales of goods and services also offered by the private sector, updates the criteria for allowable competitive activities, and for reviewing competition issues. The comment period for this was from April 17th to May 17th, and we did not receive any substantive comments related to this particular policy.
Questions on this one? Trustee John?
Just a point of clarification on the competition. What does that mean? So if I bought a sweatshirt this weekend from Minnesota North, if there's a vendor that's also selling Minnesota North materials, then Minnesota North can't sell it? Would you clarify that?
Sure. So having a bookstore or having a store on campus that handles college merchandise, it aligns with our mission. This gets, I think, where this plays out at the college or university, and I can use my experience there, is if you have a campus recreation center and you have interest in the community using that recreation center, and let's just say that if you went in and you priced it significant under market, what other private competitors would do, that'd be a violation of policy and a violation of law, because we'd be using public resources to subsidize and competing with the private sector. So things that are related to mission are things that are generally okay, but then we have to be sensitive to what our prices are for non-students or non-users of our community.
Can you give an example of a product and a service that might fall within the scope of this policy?
I think Chair Hips, Chair Soul, I think the wellness center, the campus public use of that is an example that's fairly common. And I think campuses figure out a way to, if they do offer that to the public, that they're cognizant of the market, of their particular community, and whether there's competitors offering that similar service. And if it would be okay, I know when we were prepping for the meeting, President Jans had some good examples from considerations that they make at Winona State when they're thinking about this policy.
Well, one example I know at Winona State we recently discussed is our print shop. We only do internal work for our print shop. There's been a desire to do external work for the print shop or solicit external businesses. We've said no to that, even though we could potentially use it as a revenue stream, because it would be in direct competition with area businesses that also perform that work. And so that was one that I know of. For example, we've said no to, even though we've had interest internally to do some of that.
I think this is really a fine line, and it is a difficult situation because I'm familiar from past experience in local government that the issue of how the university or a tax-supported entity engages in behavior that then competes with the private marketplace that has different rules, regulations to accommodate to, even leasing space to a private interest has a lot of controversy and difficulty for people who are trying to sustain their own businesses in the community. So I know of this complication. The athletic facilities, if you don't underprice, I can see what you're talking about. Even with planning and development or urban planning programs that compete with other entities that want to establish contracts with communities or cities. So I read this with concern about what it is that we would like to be able to do that's good for our system, but also concern for those who are trying to and building businesses. So I just want to let you know that I'm going to be reading this with that in mind.
Chancellor.
Chair Hips, Trustee Sharon, I could give another example from Winona State of a thing that maybe could have been perceived by some as competing with a private interest, but was in fact in service to private interests. You might be aware that there's a composite materials engineering program in Winona, at Winona State. It's the only one in the nation There's a lot of business and industry around Winona that do composite engineering. And Winona State runs a testing lab that none of those businesses could afford to do independently on their own. But together, they contract with Winona State's engineers to test, the durability of plastics, how much pressure, how much tensile strength, etc. And it's not controversial at all because the local private sector really wants that and see the university as a partner to do it. So it sort of depends on how we do it.
And in that instance, it isn't something that they can do in the private sector.
They don't
So
think
they're not in competition, they are taking advantage. And so that's a different scenario than the one that I'm talking about, which I don't know how you articulate that in a policy, but I'm hoping that we're sensitive to what it is we're doing to our people who we want to have as partners with us.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would note that we do have student housing, which directly competes with for-profit housing. And technically, we're competing with for-profit higher education providers. So would be or trying to recruit our students. So we need to be mindful of the balancing act, I think. And then I would also note that there's plenty of competition in the private sector where they're not public institutions, but they don't pay taxes because they're nonprofit, co-op, that kind of thing. Credit unions and banks, which has been a fight at the federal level over tax policy for years. Electricity also, co-ops and municipal utilities don't pay taxes. Xcel Energy pays tax. So I think we need to balance all this with also our need to survive. I'm not saying we should undercut small businesses in our communities. I don't support that, but we are competing certainly by supplying student housing when the private market has housing, so I would just add those comments.
But in relationship to housing, for example, I think that expanding housing on a campus would be looked through a lens of whether or not access to housing was available in the private marketplace. And that you would not, at least I would not support expansion of something that can be managed fairly in the private market. So, excuse me, I'm simply saying that the issue of nonprofit status, which is tax-free, or the university being not required to pay certain taxes, is an issue in terms of the competitive environment and is worthy of us to be cognizant of that when we're designing this policy.
Real quick.
Again, on housing, well, affordable housing is a crisis nationally. We know that, and we heard it on our listening tour. Affordable housing is subsidized through low-income housing tax credits offered by the federal government and also sometimes municipal, county, and state subsidies. So again, if that kind of thing is happening and we need a housing, I'm for offering housing, right? So we need to look at the whole, even though we're public, we do get tuition revenue from private people, students. So if it's a fully Jerry's bar, it's not subsidized, right? So we shouldn't open a bar. Right, but a lot of private industry does receive subsidization in some form from taxpayers, just adding.
Well, we could debate this in the future, I can see, because nothing that I'm saying would say that we would not want to take advantage of subsidized housing options if they're available for our students. Nothing I'm saying would prohibit that. That is an income level, an income criteria that is significantly low. And so, if there's some opportunities there, even the private sector can engage in the development of low-income housing. So I think that particular subject is worth consideration when a campus is looking at developing housing. But in terms of the policy, I think the overall concept of what we do and don't do is really important for us to articulate as clearly as we can with respect and regard
for tax-paying entities.
When I had the chance to initially review this as we were doing the prep for it, the question that came to my mind was, is this policy overly restricted in what campuses could do? And it was a great conversation with President Jans, President Brimhall, where they talked about the fact they like the clarity of it, so that, you know, as they get people coming and saying, let's do this, they can point to the policy and say, no, that doesn't fit within this range. And it didn't sound like from them or from Leadership Council there was a real feeling and need to change that provision. But I don't know, President Jams, if you'd have anything else you want to add to that.
Chair Hipsch, I think that captured our conversation pretty well, in that we do like having some boundaries, because otherwise that's all people want to do is super innovative, which we want to promote innovation, but not competition with our local businesses either. So it's good having the right, I guess.
Very good. I want to keep us moving along on this. This is a first reading. We'll see it coming back again next month for the second reading. With that, we're going to transition to the main topic for today, for the rest of today's session, and that's around allocation formula. So with that, Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. I noticed the sun is starting to come out as we shift to allocation model. So today is a continued discussion from the March meeting where there was a training session, as well as a discussion during Finance and Facilities Committee. The goal is to be less technical and try to address at a higher level some of the main questions and concerns that have been raised. So appreciate the feedback that was received from board leadership related to this. So I'm going to try to set the stage in the next 10 or 15 minutes so that most of this time can be used for discussion. And what I think is probably the most important part of today's meeting is getting some direction on what the next steps are related to the review of the allocation framework and allocation model for the system. So again, looking at where we were last month, the discussion today is going to focus on three major topics: the primary factors that drive institutional allocations. So we're not going to get into the specific formula that we tried to last month and have in the past. Again, the board approved values that were set by the board about 10 years ago, and then also what the allocation model results have been in the past 10 years. And there's been a lot of conversation. I think you also heard in comments at the board meeting about what impact this has on each of our sectors, state universities and college sectors. So try to provide some data. And the reason we're looking at 10 years is that's about the last time we had a significant revisions that were done to the allocation model. So again, kind of starting at a high level, and I just want to point out a couple of things. I know this chart has been used in several cases, but really want to make it clear that it's been a direction from the board for the system, is that if you look on the right side of this, that 100% of tuition and fees are retained locally and are not redistributed between institutions. So that is one of the main premises of the model and how we try to segregate state appropriation when state appropriation is being allocated to institution, is not having tuition and fee be reallocated from one institution to the other. The allocation framework, and I'm going to differentiate again between the allocation framework and the allocation model. So the allocation framework, that is that right under the Board of Trustees, that is how $920 million is distributed this year into those four buckets: priority allocations, institutional allocations, the system office, and set-asides. The allocation model, which is most common, which has generated most of the discussion under institutional allocations, that is $663 million of the $920 million. So 72% of our resources are allocated through the model. But there's also 28% of our resources, or $257 million, that are allocated in a different manner. And I want to make sure that I draw appropriate attention to that as we think about this for the long term. So related to those various parts of the framework, the system office is 4% at $36.4 million. That's set in the budget bill that comes out of the legislature. So $36.4 million, that amount is capped. The legislature tells essentially the board of what dollar amount that is, and that's about 4% of our appropriation. The priority allocations, the system-wide set-asides, and the institutional allocations, the board has authority to determine how much is in each of those buckets and how much funding belongs in each of those areas. And granted, there aren't a lot of changes in those from year to year, but just to give a couple examples, the priority allocations, these are things that are either the legislature has determined are important or was part of our budget request, and then the board determines that it's important in the long term, so that funding is earmarked for specific opportunities. So for example, under the priority allocations and under that $57.6 million, there is funding that is earmarked for specific purposes like access and opportunities, just over $9 million, for leveraged equipment, over $7 million, workforce development scholarships. And the board could choose to say that we would like more money allocated in those areas or less money, or to divert it to some other area if the board so chose into the future. And the board has made some choices related to priority allocations in the future, or in the past, in the recent past. And I just want to give a couple examples of that. One of them is in the last redesign of the allocation framework, the board did take $5.4 million out of the allocation model and set that aside as a priority allocation for collaboration and innovation. So that was a strategic choice made and was implemented for fiscal year 2018. The board has also made decisions related to set aside money earmarked for next gen. Related to that, and shifted some of that collaboration funding from that line item to our next gen implementation of about $1.1 million. In addition, with the leveraged equipment, in fall of 2020, the board elected to not spend that funding on leveraged equipment, and we used it for tuition relief funding for our campuses and for our students for one semester during the beginning of the COVID time period. So I just want to emphasize that what we often talk about, and you'll hear a lot about the allocation model, is that there's more flexibility in the overall allocation framework that should be considered as we move forward with our planning.
So just so I have it clear in my head, priority allocations could go up if the board chose to 10% instead of 6%, or are the percentages required by statute, like the system office?
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson, the percentages are not dictated. They're basically the results of a lot of it is what of our history are. There are some allocations that are very specific that come from the legislature. That's a rider in a budget bill where we have to spend money on that specific purpose for a time period. But then sometimes those riders go away, and then the board would have flexibility to reallocate those funds in the future. But often they stay in that line item because it's deemed important to the system. For example, leveraged equipment is an example of that. That $7 million has been important to the board and has been really important to our campuses. Another aspect of the institutional allocations is the tuition relief funding. So there's $107 million right now that's allocated, and that's about 12% of our total for tuition relief. And that's funding that's come from the state over the years to support tuition freezes or to support tuition limits. And that funding basically has been aligned to whatever has happened in that particular biennium. So right now, out of that 107 million, about 70 million goes to the colleges and about 37 million goes to the universities. And there's a difference there, but over the course of a couple of those years, the universities had the ability to raise tuition, and instead the colleges received funding to support a tuition freeze. So we've kept that process in place. And essentially that money follows the students outside of the allocation model. So if you had a full-time student and instead of raising tuition 3.5%, and a full-time student was $5,400, the college would get $180 or $190 for that student, and it's tied directly to enrollment during that time period.
Bill, can you talk a little bit more about on that the base allocation for tuition relief? Is that set in statute, or is that something that's adjusted, or is it just that's where it started and it's just maintained at that level?
Chair Hipsch, at the time, it was a rider in our budget bill when it was passed. I believe for the most part, those riders have expired, and if the board chose to do something different with the tuition relief allocation, I believe the board would have the authority to do that. And I'm going to look over at Steve Ernest to make sure that I said that correctly.
So you're saying that the 170 million has its own path, the colleges and universities, separate from the 663 million, which goes through this simple, transparent model.
Chair Hipsch, Chair Soul, yes, the tuition relief allocation has its own path. And that path is pretty straightforward, especially in comparison to the allocation model.
I'm not for discussion for today, but I'd be interested if the chancellor and you, Chancellor, have any recommendations for any kind of change in percentages. Not today, but as we look at the budget in June, whether you think it should be changed.
So if I may respond to that, we're doing some advanced planning for the retreat in September. And I'll just put on the table, one of the topics is further discussion. Today is kind of a learning session, I think, but at the retreat, we'll have more of an opportunity to talk about our values and whether the allocation model should be changed. And we'll also talk about ways to achieve efficiencies in the system and what the system should look like 5-10 years down the road. So real simple topics, for our discussion, but that's kind of the plan right now.
Chair Linson.
Thank you for allowing me, not a committee member, to offer a comment. On the collaboration and innovation thing, is that collaboration and innovation, or could it be or innovation? So all innovation is not collaborative between colleges and universities. A college or university could innovate on its own and be a leader in the field, and then others could follow. I'm just curious. I don't think we should force everything into the systemness bucket, if you will, right? Sometimes we need a leader to shine, to show us a path on innovation on whatever it might be. You know what I'm asking? Does that make it look like perplexed?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Erlinson, I don't know if Senior Vice Chancellor Green-Steven is in the room, but Academic and Student Affairs administers the collaboration funding for the system, and perhaps you can give an example or two of how that funding is used.
Okay, so on the bucket of funding for collaboration and innovation, it says and. So that tells me that the innovation must be collaborative between institutions versus, which is good, but sometimes an institution may innovate on its own and be kind of a beacon or a role model for others to follow. So I'm hoping this bucket includes or, not just and. So I'm curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Erlington. Yes, that's correct. So actually, we rebranded Collaboration and Innovation 2 years ago for just that reason. So there's a pool of money for collaboration when multiple institutions want to get together on a project. But then we also have a special call for campuses that may want to do something innovative. And innovative doesn't necessarily mean something that hasn't been done before. It may be a best practice, but they need just startup funds or sustainability funds to get that going.
Go ahead and continue on, Vice Chancellor May.
So moving now to the allocation model, the $663 million and the mechanism in which our colleges and universities receive their base operating appropriation. And, you know, funding is based on a percent share, not per student. So when an allocation for state support, the largest institutions receive essentially a larger share. So for example, if you take the largest to the smallest, Minnesota State University Mankato receives 9.26% of that $663 million. And then Fond du Lac Tribal and Community College receives just less than 1%, 0.94%. And the drivers of that, without going into, this was in your packet, but I just want to point out a couple things, is that there are components, if you work your way bottom to top on the chart, research and public service, student success, and facilities. And facilities is driven primarily by square footage. So enrollment and efficiencies really don't have any influence on the facilities part. But if we just focus on the two main drivers of how funding is driven to colleges and universities, it's in that instruction and academic support and that student services and institutional support area. And it's driven by two major factors in relation to our system. And so 91% of the allocation is driven in some way by enrollment. And so of that, enrollment changes in college and university headcount and FYE enrollment in relation to others in the system is important on how colleges and university allocations change. The other factor is instructional efficiencies. So how college and university academic programs are costs differ between each other in relation also is a driver of how resources are allocated between institutions. So it varies depending on the time period we're in. So just to give a couple examples, there might be a time, there was several years ago, where enrollment was growing everywhere across the system. And so your enrollment might have been up 2 or 3% at an institution. But at that time, if the system average was 7%, you could still be losing share in the allocation model and getting less money because it's a fixed pie. Another example related to instructional efficiencies, and this is where things get a little more complex because these efficiencies and these costs per FYE change from year to year. So there may be a year where in a certain academic program, your FYE average was $3,000 per student. And in that particular year, you may have been in a place where that particular program drove you more funding. The next year, maybe your number was still $3,000, but maybe others shifted, so you didn't get more money driven to you, even though necessarily your behavior didn't change. And I think that's where some of the complexity lies related to that. Is it is within our system, and relatively speaking, of how others are doing. And having a fixed amount of resources, the money is shifting between institutions and not necessarily growing because we don't have adequate funding to fund the model. One statistic I forgot to mention is that if we had a fully funded model, we would need $783 million to fully fund the model. And we have $663 million to allocate. So that's the challenge is over time, that gap was widened. When we started it, it was closer together, but as times became more difficult, that gap has started to widen. So the model is not fully funded, and that's a challenge of having adequate resources available for our colleges and universities. And just to show some data of what's happened since the last revision of the allocation model, you can see the amount of resources that went through the allocation model for the last 10 years, and then what our system enrollment was in those particular years. So you could see, like the fiscal year 17 and 18, we received about $42 million in new appropriation from the state. At the same time, our enrollment dropped by about 3,000 FYE. So in that case, our funding per student, in a sense, was going up because we had more funding coming from the state and less enrollment. Fast forwarding to the time we're in right now, if we look at fiscal year 24 through 26, we expect that we'll have $23.5 million less to allocate next year, but our enrollment is increasing at the same time. So again, the allocation model is a relative model and not an absolute model. There's a fixed pie of resources. So changes in enrollments and efficiencies change the proportion of an allocation, but it does not necessarily drive more money per student or less student. And it aligns with how we're funded by the state. The state of Minnesota does not fund us based on enrollment, so we're not per pupil funded from the state. We go in and we seek for an adjustments to our base appropriation. And though enrollment's a significant driver of our allocation model, in the end, it's whatever share of that allocation model is available to be distributed to each college and university. So I'm gonna pause there for a second and see if there's any more questions, but also would really like to see hear from President Jantz, and I don't know if President Brimhall was able to join us, and the Chancellor, about them being a non-finance person running an institution, running academic programs. What model or what impacts the incentives and the rewards of the model or disincentives of the model have as they're making very difficult decisions at the institution?
Trustee Erlinson.
I want to cut off President Janz's time. 2 questions. So when we got that federal money during the pandemic, I worked with our 2-year association, and even it would help our state universities. The federal funding originally was FYE, but many of our students aren't full-time. And so we got the second federal pandemic funding to go from FYE, which meant the wealthier institutions got more than we did because they have many more FYEs. And so I get why we fund FYEs, but this gets to my next question is, increasingly we're providing support for students that's not teaching and learning, that's not classroom based, the wraparound services, for example. And so when you rely on FYE, you're punishing the institutions that have more part-time students who may be leaning on more of those resources. So I'm curious how over time, and you may not have this number, if the cost of attendance for a student, which I would exclude like housing and cafeteria food, things like that, but how much of it goes to their funding goes to classroom teaching and learning and advising, things like that, career advice, things that are traditional higher ed functions, you say years ago, and now how much is for other things? Again, these, I'm not just saying these aren't important, but mental health, childcare, food pantry costs, that sort of thing, because those tend to go whether or not you have a full-time student. So I'm just curious what that means for us. And then when I think about state funding for the K-12 system, they tend to give more money to institutions, to schools that have more first-gen students, low-income students, that sort of thing. Is that a criteria in our? Yes. Okay. So you've already answered that question. Thank you. Does this make any sense?
Chair Hips, I'm Trustee Erlinson. I put chart up on the screen that I was going to get to later in the presentation. So within the model, instruction is looked at as an FYE basis, so based on credits. And that makes up about 54% of the model. We do have a portion of the model, which is the student services institutional support portion, that is based on headcount. So you can see on this chart, in our last completed year, if we look at the college sector and the university sector, if we base it on FYE, the college university split is 62-38. If we base it on headcount, it's 69-31. And within that headcount, and I think it's within the fine print of that chart, there's also weighted variables on headcount. So concurrent enrollment headcount is weighed less because those students typically aren't on campus. And first generation students are weighted more because they tend to utilize the services more. So it's tried to been built in the algorithm to try to account for that.
Just one moment. One of the questions that came to mind is that you talked about the allocation model not being fully funded. Not for today's conversation, but one of the questions I have in the back of the mind is, instead of having that set aside, that 12% for the tuition relief, if everything flowed through the model, what would that look like? So we'll take that as up. From a time check, we have about 14 minutes to try to get through. So I'd like to get back to your conversation with President Jans.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. You know, at Winona State, up until this last spring, we were never really managing to the model, but we actually have been digging into it way more this spring. And I've actually had all of our deans looking at their instructional costs. It came up in a conversation with my evaluation with Chancellor Olson as well. But we're trying to remain focused on reducing costs where appropriate. And at Winona State, just to give you an idea how the instruction model impacts us, we lose $1 million a year on what we call upper instruction through the allocation model because we aren't as efficient. One might say, oh, that's because you have small class sizes. Well, what's interesting, until you dig into the model, and this is where you get into the devil's in detail, we didn't realize it, almost 650,000 in our nursing program, which we lose in the allocation model. Because the key challenge is you can only manage what happens on your campus. And as we've grown nursing, and we have little control over what's happening in other institutions, and yet you're compared with what your instructional costs are to other units. Well, we have several very large, what we call RN to BSN programs within the campus, which instructionally cost less than we grow our own from freshman all the way to the senior year. And we had, talking about FYE, 480 FYE, for example, in nursing, and yet we're being compared instructionally to people who have 187, 142 FYE. When you break that out, it actually causes a rift in how the formula works to actually, and that pie doesn't grow in. So it's just purely how effective are you in delivering instruction. And so how that's done, I think there's a lot of important underlying details that we just need to unpack in how that's done. In addition, context of enrollment changes is interesting in that at Winona State, 59% of our state appropriation is bought down by tuition. This design is intentional to support the open access at community colleges, but it leaves the universities, particularly those in greater Minnesota, with higher financial risk. And that number is above 60% when we talk about Mankato. And I'll tell you, within our university sector, there's mixed sentiment about that because universities about this structure, some of them accept that policy trade-off because they understand we're trying to make community colleges more affordable, while others see it as a long-term threat to sustainability at the campuses. And so there's this whole revenue tuition buy-down piece that is incredibly contentious within the sector and outside the sector. But I think the broader concern, it's been kind of stated already, is that the current financial model no longer fits today's reality. When the formula was first developed, I think state appropriations were more adequate. And even then they weren't sufficient, but I think now with we're looking at it, even if we did what I call aggressive tuition increases, the combination of what is going to be a stagnant appropriations isn't going to be sufficient to meet statewide needs. So I think we do have to think strategically and systemically about how we fund our institutional model. Then we need to just look at a wide range of areas around that. So I think that's really important.
Thank you, President Jans. I know Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chancellor Olson, or if there's a college president that wants to give a perspective on that.
Chair Hipsch, I could comment. President Mulford is volunteering. He was sitting in the back row, which is a good place to hide, but he's coming up and being applauded by his sector, I would note. I would only add, to underline something that President Jans was saying, the fact that it's a fixed pie and it's a relative game means that you can be making decisions, but the decisions of 32 other players, or just what happens to them, not even decisions, just demographics, are going to affect what happens to you. And that makes it difficult to use this as a big planning tool. Tuition and enrollment are more under your control and more predictable. I'll give you a specific example. 1% of this is in a category called student success. That was introduced, I think, probably 10 years ago by a prior board who wanted to recognize and reward student success. I remember sitting at that table and kind of supporting the idea, but arguing against the way it was being measured. And the way it was being measured was improvement in student success, which meant that those who were the best at student success were disadvantaged because the closer, Harvard is not at 99% success, right? The closer you get to 100, the harder it is to eke out each additional percent. So the way it was set up rewarded those who were at the low end, and that probably moved something, but it kind of punished the folks who were already good at it. And so I argued many times against that approach unsuccessfully. But it doesn't really incent much of anything, at 1%, and I don't know that many presidents would say that's a big driver of their decision making. We all want to have enhanced student success for its intrinsic value, not necessarily for what the allocation model rewards us. We do it because it's the right thing to do. But I'm sure President Mulford has polled.
Yeah, Chair Hipsch, trustees, and so just as a former member, a representative on the Finance and Facilities Committee, and I think with President Brimhall not being here to provide the perspective, one of the things I've always worried about is to the Chancellor Olson's comments. It's really difficult to build your business model around kind of work in the allocation framework because again, as soon as you do that, there's other things that are in motion. So there's too many variables. I think what comprehensively, though, I would ask you to think about as you go through this is where the factors of things like tuition, and as Vice Chancellor Mackey said, 91% or whatever it is we're an enrollment-driven business model. And I've always said that mission and location are the two single biggest factors in your financial success. That's not just true for higher education, it's true for restaurants and other places. And so neither of which is really in our control or anybody's fault. And so just because some schools are doing really well, that's not that they're bad or somebody else is good. It's just the nature of it. And so as a board, and I think as a system, we have to continue to smooth those things out. Many of our two-year schools are in very small towns, in very rural locations. We have a significant, a disproportionate impact on our community based on that. So without us, essentially, or without us having a strong, viable, technology-driven nursing program, like there's no plan B in our region. It has to come through us. And so again, that's not my fault. It's not a university's fault. It's just that it's what we're dealing with. So it's a difficult one. Tuition's a critical part of this discussion. It's equally as important as we think about that and how that factors in. And there's discrepancies across our system and varieties, I guess I should say, in tuition. And so it's a complex one. I also think that as we think about allocation, I've been around this discussion for the better part of 25 years. I kindly refer to it as blood sport. Yeah, what's that? Oh, maybe that might be the common thread, but I kindly refer to it as blood sport. It pits our institutions against each other in these debates because we're all very passionate about what we're doing, and we think we all, need those limited resources at our place versus, and that's going to have to come out of somebody else's place. And so it's a sensitive one. And again, it's not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last. But I do think that the critical part, especially as advocating or talking specifically about two-year schools, we serve some communities that just don't have a lot of people. And so when we have these 91% driven formulas, that's a challenge. And it's not that the work we're doing isn't important. It's just the statistical reality that we deal with, and no different than roads or other things, infrastructure in our communities.
Just one quick clarification of something that I thought I heard you say in terms of measuring efficiencies and when you are measured against everybody else in the system. And you're talking about the expansion of the nursing program at Winona. Did I understand, or is it implied in what you're saying about that? Because I know with nursing, in order for your program to be accredited, you have to have a certain faculty per student ratio. And that ratio is maybe 1 faculty per 10 students or 12. I don't know what it is currently. And so that fact that you engage in that educational program automatically disadvantages you in the formula for efficiencies. And that's what I understood. Thank you.
Chair Hips, I do want to comment on that, though. All the nursing programs are measured against each other, so they all probably have the same ratio. But
But an RN to BSN program is more cost efficient to deliver because they don't have as many clinicals, and we actually deliver the whole set because we start with freshmen and graduate them. So it's different also. So it's very different, yet they are lumped all together. And that's why I'd say our institution put in a disadvantage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on nursing, it's interesting because other institutions not in our system offer nursing at significantly higher costs. So are we comparing against those public and private institutions as well? And I'm just going to say this right now. We don't charge enough, period, across the board. My son's school, they send us a note. It costs $125,000 to educate your kid every year. And he's got an incredible education. I'm sure we could do it less cost, but I can't believe what we do for the money we have. I'm just gonna, it's amazing.
So I'm mindful of Trustee Mo's aphorism that we can be simple or fair, but not both. But I'm not sure I buy into it 100%. And it, as the chancellor notes, I mean, there are incentives to better student performance and to reduce instructional costs that should not depend on this allocation model. I mean, that's your job, right? And I'll just put on the table and can we, I mean, it sounds like the model is distributing funds mostly on the basis of consumer demand at the institution, whether it be FYEs or headcounts, and that there's some tinkering and a lot of horsepower that goes into doing all the math and the inputs to satisfy the requirements of the allocation model. And is it better to simplify that process and focus on headcounts or moving FYEs or whatever it is, and then have some sort of other system to account for the fact that, you know, you're in a small town or whatever. So I just put it on the table, you know, would it be necessarily unfair to make this system simpler and focused on what it already does anyway. 92%, at least, is what I can determine, is based upon the demand at your institutions for instructional services.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson, and then we're going to have to wrap up just with our timing today.
Well, and thank you very much. And thank you for the continuing discussion of the resource allocation model and framework. I think I am beginning to understand it. I have a question that comes actually from having attended last night a graduation ceremony in Orchestra Hall, downtown Minneapolis, for Normandale. And as President Esther went through kind of the usual, how many of you are veterans, how many of you are first gen, and how many of you are PSEO students? And there were somewhere around 500 students graduating. And I'm not going to give you an exact numeric count, but when PSEO students stood up, it looked to me like it was about half the room. And so I won't say shocked, I guess, but surprised at least that there were that many. And so this question maybe belongs more with the tuition discussion, but I'm thinking about PSEO students and this conversation that we're having about headcount, and clearly they're included in the headcount for all of our institutions. And yet we're getting no tuition from them unless there's some special allocation for them. We have the costs associated, I believe, with educating them, but not the tuition. And so I'm just wondering, this may be a can of worms and maybe it's entirely inappropriate to open it. But if my strategy as an institution is to grow my PSEO student population, because then my full year equivalent number goes up, and yet there's no tuition that follows that, I don't even know where I'm going with this, but it seems like it further complicates things and probably advantages some institutions and disadvantages others. So again, this may be more appropriate for the tuition discussion that we're going to have tomorrow, but I was just struck by the numbers and thinking about how that impacts what we're doing here, what we're able to do. And then tuition increases, 10% increase on 0 is 0. And so the students who are paying more tuition are potentially the students who are already paying tuition. I'll stop with that. And maybe you've already talked about it, or maybe that's factored into the model and you can help me understand it at some other point. Thank you.
Chancellor Olson.
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson, indeed, PSEO students count in the model, and that does affect the distribution of resources, and some of our institutions rely on it greatly. And you're correct that the tuition side of the ledger isn't really driven in any significant way by college in the schools or by PSEO, but the allocation model can be. I'm looking at the crowd here, my memory tells me there was an attempt during the Rosenstone chancellorship at trying to get PSEO students out of the allocation model. It didn't go very far. I think many institutions opposed that. I don't know if anybody remembers that. That's in my memory. It didn't even really get to a much of a discussion, but there was some attempts to get PSEO students out of the allocation model.
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson, and this will probably make things more complicated, but so we have many different models related to PSEO. The students that went through Normandale's graduation, perhaps many of them were students that attended on campus. And so the revenue likely came from the Office of Higher Education in a fixed amount for tuition and fees that's likely less than the amount of what Normandale would charge a student. Campuses also have contracts with school districts that pay a similar amount related to that. And then within the model for the college and the schools where our concurrent enrollment, those are segregated outside of the allocation model instruction and looked at differently. And the cost for those students are generally per course versus per student. So that's where especially with school districts, there's tension related to the revenue. related to that. So there's a lot of different revenue components within our how we deliver education to high school students.
Looking at the time, and we're also about 6 minutes over already. Want to wrap up today's conversation, but I think it's been a great conversation. Kind of building on Chair Sewell's comment, taking time at the retreat to dive into it. And really, in my mind, there's two different pieces that we might want to look at going. What are the principles or values that we want in an allocation model, and have that conversation, see if it's significantly different than where it currently sits today. The second one, and today's conversation really brought it to life for me a little bit, is also looking at that overall allocation framework. So not the model, but those other buckets that are set aside, and especially the tuition relief one, and that to just have an understanding of, okay, from the perspective of management, where do we need to look at tweaks possibly there? How do we hear from the leadership council and all of the presidents on kind of what ideas they might have of tweaking? I don't expect that we'll have everyone coming and say this is exactly what we should do, because there is a fixed amount of the pie. But I think that could be a really good conversation when we meet at the retreat. So. Any last minute questions before we wrap today's conversation up?
Mr. Chairman, a simple tax isn't fair, and a fair tax isn't simple.
Chair Hipship, thank you for the discussion. This is a very complex topic, and it seems like the discussion advances each time we discuss this. And I would just say, this hasn't been studied in detail for about a decade, and lots has happened over the last decade. And I would just, as we continue these conversations with the board, and the board determines what direction to go, that I think there's a lot of different interests at stake here with the colleges and university leadership teams, faculty leaders, student associations, and others. So we didn't get to that slide, but if we do look at doing a pretty thorough review, I think the process and how we undertake that review is we have a lot of smart people across the system, and I hope we utilize that to consider any changes that we make.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll adjourn today and reconvene for the Finance and Facility Committee tomorrow. There is some other meetings this afternoon, though. What time are we back? 1:30.
Good afternoon. We're going to begin the meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee, and we're going to begin by welcoming our presidents, President Hoffman, and President Danielson. I'm sure will join us soon, and we'll welcome her when she arrives. And I'm going to call roll. Trustee Grabowska. Here. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Here. Trustee Roger Moll. Present. Trustee Christopher Richter. Here. And Trustee Sharon is present. And I'll just mention that Trustee Teffer is doing obligations in terms of attending graduation ceremonies today, and that's why I'm chairing the committee as vice chair. And President Danielson, welcome. We welcomed you just a few moments ago. Our business today is besides approving the minutes, is to review a proposed amendment to a board policy related to statewide student associations, and then there will be a next gen student update. So with that, I will turn it over to our Vice Chancellor to make introductions and begin our agenda. Oh, no, wait, I have to ask for a motion for approval of the minutes. And there's it's moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Is there anybody online? I guess we have to take a roll call because someone's online. No, nobody's online. Okay, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Having completed that agenda item, I'll turn it over to you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Trustee Sharon. If we will go into the policy, and then when it's time for the next gen update, we'll have folks introduce themselves as well as the folks online. Is that okay? So we are this is the second reading for policy 3.7, statewide student association. There were no changes made to the proposed amendment after the first reading. The proposed changes address the concerns raised by the statewide student associations and satisfy the terms of the settlement agreement. Scott Goins can comment further on this proposed policy if there are any questions regarding the amendment. Thank you, Trustee Sharon. We're actually very excited about today's session. We thought it was really important to have a next gen student update. I think as the next gen student has rolled out, we've kind of just tapped an update on with HCM and finance, and we haven't really had an opportunity to do a kickoff or really talk about the why for students. So today we thought it was important just to take a minute to talk about student, the work we've done, but most importantly, the why we're working with Workday to implement our next gen student implementation. So I'm going to kick it over to Vice Chancellor Bailey to give some introduction to our folks online, our third party servicers.
Thank you so much, Senior Vice Chancellor Greenstein and Chair Sharon. Just wanted to give you some introductions. We have some new faces. They are online with us. We have two members of our new third-party owners rep, which is CampusWorks. So you can remember previously within Platform, we worked with Barry Dunn, and we now are working with CampusWorks, who actually has worked with us before in regards to this particular project. So who we have on the screen here, you'll see Joy Hatch as well as JP. And JP, forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, Spagnolo?
That's the best way to say it. No, it's
okay.
Spagnolo is the phonetical way to say it right, but Spagnolo, okay. Most of my family says it, so.
Perfect. So thank you so much. And just wanted to give you just a couple of minutes to briefly talk a little bit about yourselves and how you're beginning your work here on the student platform.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and begin then on our end. So I'm Dr. Jean-Paul Spagnolo. I go by JP, and I've been with CampusWorks for about 5 years. Prior to that, I worked in higher education as a vice president for strategic enrollment management and marketing at both public and some private institutions during my career. Very excited to be working with this team and helping you as you move towards getting the student Workday solution implemented. And again, from my own personal background in this world, I really just want to make sure that while we're serving you, that you're delighted in the process. And so My role within Campus Works is Vice President for Client Success. And so my goal again is to make sure that as we go throughout this process, not only are you receiving all the right type of consultation that you desire, but you're also delighted in the outcomes that we're providing with you. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that for right now and turn it over to my colleague, Joy Hatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joy Hatch, and I'm a Senior Director for Client Success with Campus Works. I've been with Campus Works for 8 years. One of my first involvements with them was actually in Minnesota, where I helped your system prepare for the RFP that selected Workday. So we actually managed to travel the state and meet many of the folks at the colleges as we were doing this. Like JP said, my role here is as a strategic advisor as your third-party owners rep. So I'm here also to make sure that everything goes smoothly, and then anything you need, we're here to take care of. Happy to be here. Happy to be working again with Minnesota.
Great, thanks to you both. And just as a reminder, our third-party owners rep acts as our advocate from a best practices standpoint, industry best practices as it pertains to these types of ERP implementations. So they'll be by our side, pushing us to think differently and to move differently, and taking our lessons learned from platform and integrating them into our student implementation. So we welcome them. We're looking forward. They have jumped, I will say, more than 10 toes in our work, and appreciative of having them at our side. So we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. All set to go? Okay. Just wait for the presentation to come back on the screen. Okay, there we go. Let's move us forward here, if I can. I think I can. Maybe I can't. Oh, I'm a little too far now. One more back. There we go. Okay, maybe I'm not driving. So as you know, as we have our presentations around Next Gen, and we always like to make sure we ground ourselves in our strategies and objectives. I always talk a bit about them as our mission items. There are many here that ground our work, and it is our why Minnesota State agreed to move into this project, and why our students are deserving of this type of technology. And so I won't draw your attention to each and every one of them, but I will draw your attention to just 3 of them that are really top priorities. And first, I draw your attention to the top of the screen around seamless experience for our students. As we know, our students are very mobile within Minnesota State. We want to give them a seamless experience, no matter whether they're at Pine or whether they're at Metro. And so it's important from an equity perspective that they're having that experience with the implementation of this new technology. I'll draw your attention to the bottom of the screen, in the middle, system-wide processes and procedures. One of the reasons why we are doing this project is to improve upon our business processes. We are not rebuilding ISRS, right? We are using ISRS and all the great work that it's done as a platform for us to re-engineer our business processes. And so that one is extremely important as we move into the implementation of student for Workday. And then system-wide software seamlessness, and that's also extremely important. And we know we have 33 different institutions all serving the state of Minnesota and beyond, and we want to make sure we really, again, back to that seamless student experience. And as we take a look at all the different technologies that we have on our campuses, we want to make sure that we're synthesizing those and getting to some standardization. And so a lot of great work, pre-work has been done prior to the implementation for many months to be able to help us move this work forward. Again, a lesson learned from platform that we felt it very important for us to move that work forward. So that's what we're doing. And then I'll let you all read at your leisure the rest of the items that you see on the slide. Going to the next slide. All right, guiding principles, and I also look at that as items that help us to ground our work every day. When we get into tricky and sticky places, we need to lean back into these 10 items. I won't again read all 10 items here to you, but I will highlight just a couple here for you. I think one of the most important ones, as we've had our conversations also too with Trustee Hipsch, is to really think about challenging the status quo. Right, not doing the same thing because that's what we've always done, and that's a hard conversation sometimes. And so we want to make sure that as we're making our decisions, we keep top of mind how are we really challenging that status quo. Again, we are not rebuilding ISRS. This is a configurable system. It is not customizable, and so we're moving into that continued space as well. We want to make sure, again, that we're working collaboratively and transparently as well. I'll tie that into item number 8 as well, communicating frequently and engaging our institutions early and often. That also was a lesson learned from platform, from HCM and finance, that our campuses need to get involved early, they need to participate, and they need to be involved as often as possible. So those are the primary ones I wanted to highlight, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues for the rest of the presentation.
So I thought it was important that we ground the conversation in Equity 2030. We know that in 2019 we embarked on this ambitious goal to eliminate equity gaps across all our campuses. In academic and student affairs, we really focus on enhanced access and academic success. And so as we think about strategies to be able to enhance access and provide support in academic success, Next Gen Student is that strategy. And so as we think about this project, it really will provide for us really supporting our student with technology. We know that, today's students are a mobile generation, and many of our students access higher education on their mobile phones. One of the features of Workday Student is the ability for a student to be able to access with the technology from any device. Regardless of what institution that a student is at, it provides for well-designed processes and user experiences that really engage our students throughout the educational journey. One of the features of Workday Student is really that built-in automation. Analytics, not only for our advisors that are working with students, but also our faculty. There are administrative dashboards that allow our users to really intuitively access and manage important information anywhere from any device. And as we talk about, one thing that's really important to us is transfer or mobility. And so really supporting students in that mobility, enabling students to plan courses and understand their academic eligibility and really the process through registration supports, degree tracking, academic planning, and really, again, empowering our students to engage in their education and their career journeys. Also, a feature with Workday Student is using artificial intelligence tools. It can help really streamline some of those administrative processes and really enhance our organizational effectiveness, making those everyday tasks easier, faster, and more efficient for everyone involved. And then last but not least, I'd like to point out that Workday Student really meets the students where they are in moments that matter. It really provides for timely information to support students' educational goals. And for example, the ability to really engage with students at those critical points in the life cycle, from application to those alerts tailored for student engagement. These alerts can help really support student success and really identifying students who are at risk in real time. And so last but not least, as we think about Next Gen Student, one of the things that we wanted to ensure as we're moving forward the projects to make sure that we're looking at things from an equity lens. We have incorporated as it relates to looking at processes, really working closely with the Office of Equity and Inclusion as we think about how do we align and making sure we're eliminating barriers for our students and not creating barriers as we think about this technology.
Excuse me, we have a question. I would like to make sure they have a chance to complete their presentation, but go ahead, Trustee Rick.
When you were asking students, what types of tools did you hear back that they really want compared to the current system that we have? And could you expand a little more on what AI tools that you have or can plan on? Chair.
Yeah. Proceed.
So as the AI portion of, I will let my colleague Nate answer that question if he's more in the details of the technology. But as when we were doing out this RFP back in 2016, really at that point, it was really about the ability to be able to, at any device, be able to engage with technology. ISRS, I think, as Dr. Bailey said, is a great tool, but it's a little clunky depending on the device that you have. And just as you think about the devices that students need, they want it to be able to use their cell phone, use their tablet, or any type of equipment that they have and be able to access all pieces of the technology. So that was a huge piece as we thought about putting out the RFP for the software that we were going to select.
Please continue.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Nate Hollinger. I'm the Deputy Program Manager for NextGen. It's good to be with you all again this afternoon. I wanted to highlight some aspects of the Workday student product, to talk a little bit about the project itself and our timeline and where we are, and then talk about some specific threads that we've woven into this early stage of the project and even prior to formally launching the project, that really reflect the learning that we as the system have done based on the work that many of my colleagues and our colleagues across the system did on the HCM and finance implementation. And so that's one of the threads that you'll see through what I'm about to talk about, is ways in which we've tried to incorporate and address as much as we can some of the things that, again, we've already learned about in terms of our implementation of Workday in the HCM and finance area. And I anticipate we'll continue to learn more from those colleagues as we get further into our ownership of those Workday HCM and finance products. But I wanted to start with just two very brief snapshots of Workday functionality, perhaps going back to Trustee Richter's question a little bit. We know that one of the things early on that the Senior Vice Chancellor mentioned was being mobile friendly. So that's one of the core design principles that Workday Student brings to us as a product. I think what we've heard from other Workday Student customers, colleges, universities, and systems is that the user experience for students is very strong. And what you see in front of you is an example of the landing page, the kind of dashboard that students will have in Workday Student. Now, again, one of the things that I should mention as a caveat is that one of the advantages of Workday is that twice a year, they release significant updates to all of their products, including Workday Student. So what you see in front of you is the current version of this dashboard. And between now and when we're fully live in 2029, Workday will continue to update and improve this. So I always give that caveat because this is how it looks now. And odds are it will look different to some degree when we are fully live in 2029. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight here, which was reflected in the business case for NextGen when it was originally articulated and developed, was that the need to present students a clear way to judge their progress toward their educational goals was really important. Now, in the interim, Minnesota State has implemented, and some of my colleagues in academic and student affairs support, some products that help do that right now. They operate outside of ISRS. What Workday has built into it as a product is a set of tools that, again, in the upper right corner of this image, show you where are you relative to your particular educational goal. And we know from all the research that there's a strong correlation between a student's success and their ability to see and gauge their academic progress. So that's built into the system. Of course, it requires a lot of configuration and upkeep to make sure that those academic requirements are reflected properly. But at its core, again, like being mobile friendly, this academic progress is built into Workday as a system. If we could go to the next slide. The other thing that is really important is the ability for students to do academic planning and to be able to do scenarios that support their ability to explore different pathways for their educational journey. And again, we have tools that support this currently. However, it's built into Workday. And what this image is demonstrating is a drag and drop functionality for students to be able to take their academic requirements for their degree program or their certificate or whatever their educational goal might be, and to take additional requirements and, again, drop those in, figure out which specific classes will help them meet those requirements, and then take that plan and use it to actually register for those courses or to meet those requirements. So again, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that that's really helpful in supporting students on their educational journey. If we could go to the next slide, please. With the, again, very brief snapshots that I showed you, it points to one of the things that Dr. Bailey mentioned, which is the
the real strong desire that we have and that we heard from our colleagues on HCM and finance, and it's a core commitment of NextGen itself, is to get in this case, the Workday student environment in front of people early and often. So actually in January of 2024, so almost a year and a half ago, we had our colleagues from Workday come in for a week prior to even our signing the SOW and formally launching the project to do a week of demonstrations with a broad swath of college and university and system office staff, faculty, and administrators. And again, the goal was to get the product in front of people so that they start to become familiar, even if they're not in using the product, and so that they can see the functionality and see both the promise of what Workday Student provides for us or will provide for us, but also begin to identify what are those really significant changes that will require us to think differently about how we operate, and how can we support people and support ourselves through that kind of change. The other part of the work that we launched, again, in response to hearing feedback from our HR and finance colleagues, is represented here, and we called them pre-planning or readiness activities. So getting ready for the formal launch of the project. And there were two main aspects of that work. One that I mentioned earlier, which isn't listed here, was that demonstration work to get the product in front of people. Another was alignment activity. So you saw in those guiding principles, those mission objectives, that one of our goals is a seamless student experience. And to support that, we believe that we need to have as much alignment so that students, when they're experiencing and engaging, especially the transactional work, the business that they need to accomplish as a student, that experience is as similar as possible across our system, because we know that student mobility and student transfer are such an important part of what we do as a system and an important consideration for us to support student success. So as much as possible, we wanted to look at and see what are those core business processes in Workday Student. Where are we currently? And the good news is in many ways, we are already aligned in many of these processes. They already are very similar or operate in very similar ways across our colleges and universities. But in those areas where we do have a lot of variability, we're currently right now in the process of taking all the work that happened over the last really 15 months that involved, again, representatives from our colleges and universities that represented financial aid, represented advising, represented admissions and recruiting, to look at those business processes and ask that question: how can we be better aligned to better serve students? And so now we've shared that information with our colleagues from Team Workday, and they've provided us some initial feedback to help us prioritize and say, what are those areas that would have the biggest impact on alignment? The other really important thing, and it was also on the mission objectives that you saw at the beginning that Dr. Bailey talked about, and that has to do with the environment of software solutions that support ISRS. So over time, as we've tried to better meet student needs, when ISRS didn't meet our needs or didn't have a particular functionality, we as a system, or our colleges and universities, would contract to bring in additional software solutions or add on additional processes to support the student lifecycle. So think about admissions and recruiting software. Think about student success software. Think about software that supports student on-campus employment or student internships. And there are many, many more. But one of the things we heard from our HR and finance colleagues is that we need to begin cataloging those as a first step, as an initial way to get to that system-wide alignment, not only in our processes, but in this environment of additional software processes. And that's one area that we wanted to take a Workday first approach. So our question, if we've got currently a set of software, I mentioned one earlier that supports degree planning and degree auditing. Our question is, can Workday do that? Can we take a Workday first approach in ways that, again, streamline that environment of software that students have to interact with, but also help create that seamless student experience so that students aren't in Workday Student plus multiple other environments. Now, we may not be able to fully eliminate that given Workday functionality, but that is our goal.
I wanted to note here some of the themes that our team found from that initial information gathering. There's a lot of opportunity to improve the student experience by looking at alignment activities, by looking at this catalog of business processes and software solutions. And it's perhaps not surprising, but we know that that kind of alignment is going to require collaboration across all of the functional areas that support the student life cycle. And last but not least, I think the team realized that, and all the people who are involved, that alignment is not an all or nothing proposition, that there's opportunity to create partial alignment that would actually improve the student experience. So one example might be, even if we're not able to align across the entire system, alignment within sectors or within groupings of institutions would actually help students and help them along their educational journey. Next slide, please. So leading into that pre-planning work, last November, we brought to the Board of Trustees an updated project timeline and a statement of work and an updated next-gen project budget, which the board approved in late November. Very shortly after that, we had all the documents executed, and the Monday after Thanksgiving, so December 2nd, we formally launched the student phase of the project. So this is obviously doesn't have the detail of the activities happening in the timeline, but I've noted here some of the highlights of the activities. So for the first 6 months of the project, we've been spending a lot of time putting the project tools in place, building a team that is representative of subject matter experts from our colleges and universities. And really, we're starting the planning effort for the long-term part of the project, where we're going to move from an initial stage of prototyping out to configuring for all our colleges and universities. So right now, we're focused on a kind of pilot set of configurations for the college sector and the university sector that will demonstrate Workday functionality. Again, getting the product in front of people as early and as often as we can. So that phase of the work is well underway. It's actually in the design phase. And later this fall, we will go out and bring those design prototypes or sort of pilot configurations out to our colleges and universities. Once that's done, then we will have a set of foundational setups and configurations that we'll use starting in 2026 to configure for all our colleges and universities. And importantly, and this is a real difference between how HCM and finance worked and how the student implementation works, we have a phased go live that follows the student life cycle. So we will begin going live with with Workday student functionality starting in the fall of 2028, with admissions and recruiting functionality for students who will enroll in the fall of 2029. And then throughout that 28-29 academic year, we will continue to turn on additional functionality so that continuing students will register for their fall of 29 classes in the spring of 2029, such that by the fall of 2029, we will be fully live on Workday Student. Now, you might have picked up that 28-29 academic year as a transitional year where we will be completing that academic year in ISRS through the summer of 2029, even as we're turning on functionality in Workday. So that's will be an important year to pay attention to, and a complex transitional year before we're fully live. That is Workday's standard methodology for launching the student product, Workday Student. So they bring that expertise of that phase go live to us and will support us through that part of the work. Next slide, please. One of the other things that is a real lesson learned that we wanted to update, improve, and build upon is the project governance. One of the things that we know is critical to a project of this scale and scope is effective and efficient decision-making. And so what you see represented here is both the communication and the escalation flow for our phase of the project. And actually, this is really just a modified version of the project governance that was operative during HCM and finance. So really, we're just building upon these existing structures in this phase of the project. So one of the really important things I just want to highlight is that in academic and student affairs in the system office, our colleagues have built a system even prior to the pandemic, but especially during the pandemic, a set of communities of practice that engage and are facilitated by system office staff. But those are focused on, for example, the registrars getting together and troubleshooting and discussing issues of common interest, or financial aid directors, or admissions directors, et cetera, et cetera. So in the academic and student affairs realm and for Workday Student, we're building upon all of these communities of practice, and you'll see them listed in the lower left there as real sources of input and guidance, as well as a way to, again, create that communication and get the product, the Workday Student product, in front of those groups, again, early and often. As you go up the escalation of project governance, I would also just highlight the Program Steering Committee. So that's a really important body, again, that it has existed during the HCM and finance implementation. That is a representative group that includes leaders from the system office, as well as leaders from our colleges and universities, as well as college and university presidents. And they provide support, guidance, as well as evaluate escalated issues that come out of the project team. In order to make this project work really well, the vast majority of, again, those key day-to-day configuration decisions will need to be made at the level of that deployment project team. But that also underscores, as is perhaps not surprising, the really important need to communicate across all of these levels of project governance, so that when there are escalated issues, people are well informed enough about what it is that they're being asked to provide input or recommendations or to provide decision-making on, that they can do that as a well-informed member of those governance groups. So next slide, please. So I will turn it over to my colleague, Carla Boyd, just to talk about what's next for us.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, trustees. We're so excited to be here. And I am the newest member of this team, and just thrilled to share this slide of what's ahead. We've already met our third-party owners representative, Campus Works. Nate and I have had just an excellent experience working with Joy and Jean-Paul, and we really look forward to their guidance and their expertise as we continue to think about what if, right? What's ahead is about what if. We take the software and we look at how it's outlined for many institutions, but then we say, what does that mean for Minnesota State? And the next item on that is the June Leadership Council meeting, where we'll be bringing together leaders from across the system together. Adenoka Ramsey guided through the Deloitte process of what does it take from a leadership point of view to say, what if? Because what if takes bravery and courage, and of changing and transforming digitally from each of our staff members, from our leadership all the way down to our student process. And this leadership change workshop will get our leaders prepared for really supporting, along with this group and our leadership at the system office, for transforming and bringing these ideas of what if forward to a reality. As others have shared, there's a wealth of work that's happening in the summer and fall of 2025. And it's the way to think about it is it's a deep dive. Now, you might be a swimmer, or you had a child like mine who was she was a flyer. And one of the things that we like to think about is you jump into the pool and you may stay in your lane. The thing about this new software that I can share as a program manager is the water ripples across the lanes. It affects your lane, but many other lanes too. Along with HCM and finance, we are doing the student worker, all of the student modules in our work stream. And this is the work that's happening right now of information gathering at all of our colleges and universities. Do the discovery, not only the pre-work, where you kind of start at, I know how to jump in the pool, but who else is with me? Who else is with me? How do we need to change so we all succeed together? And that's really the work that's happening in summer and fall, and will continue into 2026. And we're so excited to be able to come back and share.
But what we're doing right now is getting this baseline configuration in a prototype, not looking at one school or the other. We're using their data, but we're looking at it from the graph because we know our students cross like water through the lanes of our institution and through other institutions of higher education in Minnesota. That's what transfer to your point, Trustee Rickner, of where does AI help? AI help is this what if? What does it take? Can I say, if I took this class, where else would it transfer? Siri, can you tell me? Right? We all use this. Not only how do we get to places, but also to help us make decision making. And this is the vision that we are working on of helping our leadership all the way through every single one of our team members and our constituent group. Imagine what if. And that all leads to the last bullet that I just want to highlight: change management and change leadership. Thinking about yourself, your family, the people you care about, raise your hand or stand up if you really love change. Right? Okay, some people do. That's fantastic. And while we even embrace change, we also sometimes have other feelings of fear. What does this mean? How do we get there? And that is the work that our Office of Change Management with our leadership is working on, creating strategies that we'll bring forward to help all of us get there together. Because that's, I think, the definition of equity 2030 is when we get there together and we open doors that can invite anybody who wants to come and be a part of our community.
Is that completing your presentation? You have another slide? Excuse me. Grabowska, was it your question?
Yeah.
Would you put your mic on?
When I looked at the dashboard, and when you started talking about AI, my anxiety level as a faculty member started going up, because what I didn't see on the dashboard, and you made mention of it, Nate, that I imagine is going to be included there, but I consider absolutely critical, is advising, right? Because, and the reason that I said that my anxiety level goes up is self-advising tends to, at least initially, provoke more problems than it solves. And so have you begun to talk about that in terms of the functionality, and where does that fit in terms of the process before beginning to shop this in the beta format?
Yeah, Trustee Grabowska, Chair Sharon, that has been something we've talked about. I know internally, we have advisors who are from our colleges and universities who are on our project team currently at this stage of the project. And at least my point of view is that, and I think I've heard this from the Senior Vice Chancellor as well, is that the technology should support the critical person-to-person interpersonal work that I think we know will be required to achieve our goals around Equity 2030, around student success. I would like to think that this kind of technology can support our advisors, who we know have huge workloads to successfully support the students that they work with, that it can help them be more effective and actually spend more time on the interaction with students that we know is so meaningful and supports student success. And yet, there are ways in which we know there are students, for whatever reason, who don't engage with our advisors. And these types of tools, and again, we have many of these tools that right now that help in this regard. But for those students, again, who either don't have access or choose not to rely on those tools, these kinds of technologies will help them too. So it's a complex interplay of how do we think about the relationship between the technology and the interpersonal. But it is something I know the project teams are very cognizant of. I don't know, Senior Vice Chancellor, if you wanted to add anything.
I mean, I think you said it well, but I would just say, you know, I think when we think about this piece, we know a large percent of our students don't engage with advisement. And so if we know that, we want to make sure what they do engage with has all of the tools and the resources they need to make best choices for their educational experience. And so that's what I would say, that of course we want to encourage them to engage with an advisor, but if they don't, we also want to make sure they have the resources to make the best decision in scheduling so that they are completing their education in a timely and effective and efficient way.
Yeah. Chancellor Olson and then Trustee Johnson.
Thank you. That was a terrific answer too. But just to push it a little further, wouldn't it be great if what the advisor can be doing with the time they spend with students when that happens is talking about the big picture things, the hopes and dreams, and not the technical, kind of technically going through, oh, I see you're missing this class or that class. That's already there. So we're going to use that as a springboard instead of figuring it out. We already know that. Now let's talk about what are your goals, where are you headed, etc. I think it's going to really enrich that human interaction. Thank you.
Trustee Johnson. Well, those of us who have been faculty, I think, have similar questions about advising. And I do remember many years ago when something like this was first introduced when I was a faculty member, just being really excited for the potential, thinking about students, and you could sort of reinvent yourself. You know, what if I moved from this path and this major to this, and what would it look like, and how much longer would it take me to graduate if I did that? But I also do just want to reinforce what you're saying, and that is the importance, I think, of the faculty contact with students, having come, as many of us have now, from a couple of commencements and watching the interaction that happens between students and their faculty supporters. I just, you know, I don't know how you replace that with a screen, and I don't mean that we shouldn't do it, because I think it is a wonderful tool. But the other thing that I thought about, Chris, and it's kind of related to your question, down the road then, will there be, thinking about AI and chatbots, will there be less need for real people to do advising? And will this have some kind of an impact? And are we thinking about that on staffing in student support areas, whether it's academic advisors, faculty who are advising, or the cadre of academic advisors? I'm thinking of people in financial aid, critical functions there in working with students on really delicate things. So does this have the potential then, that I'm not sure is good potential, to replace those people with, you know, the capability of artificial intelligence? I don't know if that's what you were thinking about, but you made me think about that question. Thank you. Would someone like to respond to that before?
Yes, Chair Sharon, Trustee Johnson, I would like to think it's the example that the Chancellor gave, that these administrative technological systems take that piece out, right? Less time with filling out forms and really more time spending with the student. And so I'd like to think that these take away that administrative piece where they spend so much time trying to walk students through processes and procedures and really get after, to say, to use your example around financial aid, you know, what do you need? What do you have? How can I help you get to that scholarship, to get to that next piece of aid? That's the piece that we want folks to focus on, is to really focus on the student themselves, as opposed to the processes and the procedures. That's where Workday comes in to really help move those pieces along. So that way they already have a framework for what the student needs and looks like, and then they can get into those really impactful conversations.
Trustee Richard.
So I have two questions. One, will this chatbot be able to answer and give like advice for just basic advising questions that students schedule an appointment for, and then or just go to the advisor for a few minutes? Because I know advisors right now are booked out at least a month, for the one at least I talked to. So will this cut down on wait times a lot?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Richter, Chair Sharon. I think if you're talking specifically about a chat bot, or some other AI tool that helps support that, I think Workday Student in its current functionality it doesn't have something exactly like that built in. And I think what we're looking at and pointing to and highlighting both the promise and potential peril of AI, as it were, or the risks and benefits of any AI tool. I think it is looking at ways that we can use the technology to be more efficient in ways, again, that support that interpersonal interaction. So the use case, I can see a possibility where a kind of AI tool would help answer the sort of first level of questions that then enables a student to be able to move to the second or third level of questions that then they could wait to have that meeting if it's, if there's a lead time to getting an appointment with an advisor. So that's at least the way I'm thinking about it. But I will say maybe a broader comment to your question about AI. We have a person on our project team now who he's looking at the companion projects, but he also brings a deep set of expertise looking at AI tools. I think he's at least the first person I know who was using ChatGPT at least several years ago, and he was using beta tools. And so he's become a real inside expert at Minnesota State on what do we need, what are the questions we need to ask about AI, how do we think about the potential for them to improve our work, and how do we do that in a way that's appropriate to Minnesota State's values and what we want to accomplish with our students. So,
did you have a follow-up question? Just
so say looking at e-services now and going to next gen student, are we going to have some sort of onboarding process so that way a brand new student just applied to our system can figure out where to go and what to do? Because looking at it, at least right now, people have no clue what to do, at least from
Sure. Thank you so much, Trustee Richter. Part of our organizational change management team is we have a training team that will build out all of those tools. So that's embedded as well. So much like we deploy training out to our faculty, our faculty and staff, we'll do the same for students. The other thing too, I wanted to mention, what we are going to be embedding into the project is students. So we're going to have students who are going to be a part of our project, working in all of our areas. One of the areas is organizational change management, and many of the other areas on the project as well. We're going to have different faculty fellows as well. So, and then we're going to be using our students really as that embedded focus group. So that those are the opportunities that the students will get to inform our work. As opposed to us telling, like, we think students need this, having the students tell us what it is they need as well. And so training, all of that is embedded actually into the project plan, and that will get deployed. Typically training gets deployed 4 to 6 weeks prior to going live, so there's not lots of knowledge. But I can certainly turn it over to Nate to discuss more of that. That training piece is embedded in the project.
Yeah, I will just add, again, going back to the next gen mission objectives and our guiding principles. I believe that was one of the areas, that process of orientation and student matriculation and onboarding was one of those areas that our teams looked at last year to ask the question, is there an opportunity for us to be more aligned in some of those areas? Now, of course, there are ways in which each college and university needs to be specific about the ways in which they have that process structured for the particular needs of their college or university community. But in general, I think the team is seeing ways in which this implementation can support the ability to do that in a way where a student navigates that process at one college, and if they enroll at a different college or university, that the process is by and large similar enough that they're not relearning an entire environment or a new process just to get to the point that we want them, which is to be in the classroom, to be engaging with faculty and learning. So that's one of the things that I think the teams are looking at in terms of that sort of onboarding process.
Sorry about that. I know. I'm so sorry about that. The red dots are competing. One thing I just wanted to add to my previous comments is we're really cognizant of learning styles. So there'll be different modalities as well. So it might be a short video, it might be a knowledge-based article, but we're really trying to make sure that the learnings happen quickly and they're not arduous, so students can get in front of them and learn very, very quickly as they move through the system. This is a very intuitive user interface as well. Even when we get into it, it's really not incredibly complicated. I think you all are pretty savvy too to get through some of these things, but I think Workday has done a really good job to ensure that the interface is very user friendly. But again, we'll use our students to help deploy some of those trainings and help us understand what resonates best. We will communicate in all ways, and not just a particular way, but we'll have multiple channels in which we will communicate in multiple ways too. Yeah.
Trustee Sewell, and then we'll move on.
As an extension of Trustee Richter's question, I'm curious to the extent that the student module might, and the way in which we're designing the onboarding process, the matriculation, which presumes somebody has already made the decision to attend that institution. Is this a platform? Does Workday offer a platform? Or are we going to have to rely on what we call the companion software in order to engage with pre-matriculation enrollment strategies, which in many respects are where this exercise in imagination, including the big questions that Chancellor Olson was pointing at, where are your passions? Where do you want to have an impact on the world? Often that's where the motivation really resides in the heart of the student. And it seems to me the earlier and the more informed we can make that conversation before they begin to bake their ideas about their course, we are going to, number one, learn from those prospective students on a real-time basis. But we're also going to be engaging students really where they live and frankly, with such a dynamic workplace and curricular environment that we're all moving into, it seems to me we need to build a very resilient and adaptive student body going in. So that's a lot. And the question specifically is, does Workday provide that pre-matriculation? Or do we have more software that we're going to be looking at to build off of that will lead into essentially our student module? Thank you.
I'll go ahead and take that question. Thank you so much, Trustee Coles. The answer to your question is it will work as what we call a companion project, even potentially an enterprise shared service, and that's your CRM. That's your customer relationship management. That's your Salesforce or your Slate, those types of tools. So your prospecting will continue to happen at the campus level through those types of systems. We will integrate those systems with Workday that will sort of take all that information, move it through the student life cycle.
If I may, but does our CRM systems have the capability to offer the kind of prospective student-driven exercises of imagination the way that we're now designing a student-centered advising process?
That's okay. Many of them do, but that work will still largely happen within the human form. But I will say a lot of those tools have wonderful analytics and tracking and interactions that will get utilized for our admissions folks to be able to do that. Again, that will largely happen outside of Workday, and we will connect with those systems. So they'll spend that time in using those tools to help again, do their prospecting. There's a lot of work that goes around the prospecting side of the house. Analytics, predictive modeling, those sorts of things will happen in that regard. And then, like I said, we'll integrate those tools with Workday. Now, Workday, I will say, has a CRM Lite. We're calling it a light feature for an institution who perhaps maybe is coming off of Excel spreadsheets. That might be the set of tools that they need, right? Larger institutions might need something more significant. So we're looking at that process right now as a companion project, potentially as an enterprise shared service. That is one of the most largest companion projects that we have that we're working on now, to your point, to make sure that across the system, again, that goes back to that equity piece, how we help all boats rise and use similar technologies and sort of moving away from the haves and have-nots based on what you can afford to pay for, and giving you a set of tools to be able to work with so you can work more effectively with your students and hopefully raise your enrollment.
Trustee Johnson, followed by Trustee Hips.
Thank you. I'm going to sneak 2 questions in. How about that? So my first question is for Nate. Dr. Bailey said that the system is not customizable. Yet you're saying we're going to allow variation in business processes. Why wouldn't we? What shouldn't our goal be to? I mean, do we need variation, or from in the spirit of mobility, wouldn't we want that experience for the student to be the same?
Yeah, Trustee Johnson, Chair Sharon. Yes, so our goal is, and we've stolen a phrase from the University of Arkansas Systems Workday project. They use this phrase, as common as possible, as different as necessary. So we've used that to try and underscore the fact that we want to be as aligned as possible. Now, when I think about the particular distinctive setup that might be required at one of our colleges or universities, I'm thinking about things that are specific to their college or university campus, not necessarily the process itself. So the level of configuration that I'm thinking about where we might say this is an area where we would be different has to do with things like curriculum, for example. Now, there are ways in which we can think about acting more as a system related to curriculum that supports student success. But that's one area where I can imagine that even if we have a system-wide process or some framework, that there would be some variability at the college and university. So I think what maybe the way I phrased it suggested that we were open to, it's okay on all of these processes, or our goal is on all these processes to allow a lot of variability, and that's not the case. We do want as much alignment as possible, and I think we are going to have a lot of discussion about, to your point, where is that variability that supports the unique identity, the unique needs of a community where each of our colleges and universities reside. I think it's early enough that at least I have some ideas about where that discussion is going to lie, or where we're going to need to have further discussion about that. But we'll continue to sort of facilitate those as part of the change conversations, as both we learn more about Workday functionality, but Workday also learns more about Minnesota State. So I don't know if I got at your question necessarily, but.
Similar question in the spirit of mobility, Dr. Green-Steven, tagging onto Nate's comment. Are we pursuing common course numbering, names, credits, curriculum? I mean, in the spirit of mobility, if I want to take English 101, that's it's a naive question probably, but are we pursuing that? And gosh, you have 3 years to get it done. Haha.
Chair Sharon, Trustee Johnson, and I can fear the glares of the faculty union at the back of my neck, so I'm going to be very careful about how I say this. It is not actually. We have determined as a system, and I don't know if Chancellor wants to, after I finish this, say something as well. We have determined that we are going to move forward with some aspects of common course numbering. We've already been doing this work as it relates to some of our transfer pathways. In fact, some of our transfer pathways, the faculty community of practice wanted to do common course numbering in some of their work. So that has been piloted before of our transfer pathways. But also, too, as we're thinking about our next gen student, we also want to recognize that we are not moving towards common course numbering because of next gen. We're moving towards common course numbering because it's an evidence-based practice for supporting mobility and transfer. So I want to say that. We're accelerating it because of the technology. And so we are looking at our top 10 to 20 most transfer courses, and that's going to be a starting point on how do we begin to think about common course numbering.
Thank you.
Trustee Hipsch, and that's followed by Trustee Sewell, and our time is coming to an end.
Building on some of the comments of Trustee Coles and Trustee Johnson, kind of on the other side, instead of the before they're admitted, once they're admitted to an institution. Today we have the requirements that, you know, if you go to another institution, you have to get admitted again and admitted again. Is there an opportunity to look at that where once they're admitted to one, and maybe it's by sector, but once you're admitted to one, you don't have to go through that process for an additional institution? And where this comes into play is I believe you're going to see more and more students that are taking classes from multiple institutions over the course of their degree program. Is this an opportunity to rethink of some of the processes and policies that we have in place to remove barriers and make it easier for students as they go through their academic journey? And I'm not looking for an answer, but let's make sure we keep those things in the back of our minds where we kind of blow up. You know, this is how we've always said. But why is that still giving us the need that we have, or can we be thinking about it completely different than maybe we have in the past and remove some of those barriers?
Thank you. Change of subject while we have you here, Vice Chancellor Bailey. How is finance and HR going?
I like the way you did that, Chair Soul. I have 2 minutes to tell you all of that. Well, what I would say is we're progressing along. I think you heard from Vice Chancellor Davis, there were some challenges in the very beginning after we went live with payroll. And what I would say is we're making progress, and that's what we want to see. Stabilization of a project like this, the size and our scale, is 12 to 18 months post go live, right? So we went live July of last year. And so we have a little bit more ways to go. We're still in extended care, which is our period of all of our firsts. And so that happens until October 1st. And so Workday is still with us. I will certainly not sit here and say it's been a cakewalk. It has been difficult, and it has been hard. It has been impactful. I think what you're doing, you know, just to use sort of a similar sort of understanding, we are moving a pretty big ship, right? And that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy. It's a lot of change. And a lot of times it is difficult and it's arduous. And I will certainly say we've had our challenges. Again, HR is moving forward, and it's solving its issues and its challenges. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but they're making really good progress, and that's what we want to be able to see. Right now, we do have some cash management challenges, and we are still working through those. Team Workday is by our side, helping us through those challenges. We have a little ways to go. We have some clear deadlines, but we know with financial deadlines, they are very specific. So we are treating it as such. And so we still have those challenges. I will say we have implemented a great team of campus folks. Again, as like I mentioned, Team Workday, system office folks, all hands are on deck on this particular set of challenges. We will keep you informed. It is a challenge, and we do have issues. And so the main thing is making sure we get to those deadlines and resolve those things that we can resolve as quickly as possible. What we know is being Minnesota State, we impact other folks when it comes to budgeting. And so we're taking those deadlines very, very seriously. So we're moving forward. We're resolving. I would say our team is learning more as they move through the process of supporting. We are hiring a next-gen director who can largely care and fee for platform, which is HR and finance. So that's in process. We have a number of project management resources that we've deployed onto cash management, and we'll continue to add resources. So more to come. There are still challenges, but I think we are making progress.
We are at the end of our time. I know, Trustee Richter, you had another question you want to defer. So I can say that this presentation, thank you so very much, Dr. Green-Stevens, for this presentation. Obviously, there's a great deal of interest around this, and to all of your panel members for this presentation. And with that, for now, we will adjourn Academic and Student Affairs Committee. But I would like to now turn over the meeting to our chair in case you have some announcements or some.
Well, just that our meeting tomorrow starts at 8 a.m. And I'll see
many of you soon for dinner. So thank you. Thanks for everyone's participation today.